Hello. Okay, we're live, and today it's going to be a talk show. Yes, because I'm going to do that. I think it has become necessary now because simply the channel is growing, but nobody almost knows who I am and why we are here. So, and how the channel and why um, and how I became a jeweler and a jewelry designer. So, today it is going to be my biography. Yes, it's it's really to inspire people when you want to become an artist or a designer or whatever in life. It's always good to know how professionals became professionals. There are many mistakes. There are many good choices and bad choices. So it's not much that it's going to be about me necessarily. I am going to talk about me, yes, but that's not the goal. The goal is to listen and understand and learn. It's really the goal. And we're going to travel through time, through history, my history, but I think now people know that it's not about me. So it's not because I'm going to talk about me for like about who knows 1 hour, 2 hours maybe. We'll see how it goes, and it's not that I matter. Actually, if you go to my website, let's go to websites. So I'm going to use the internet to tell my story, and it's like also a welcome to the channel for new subscribers, members, and people interested in jewelry and jewelry design and all of that. So it is going to be a talk show. I am going to talk about me, but it's not the goal to um, to be a show off um, me or whatever thing that I became. It's to show the path, the way I took that lead us to the day of today. So I've been a jeweler for 22 years now, 22 years. Okay, so I became a jeweler 22 years ago. Well, that's when I started studying. And we are going to, well, let's go to my actual website. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, so that's my mother there. So my mother is a sociologist and anthropologist, which for now is not important. But here it says something that is very important. On my newest website, it says, I am nobody, I do nothing. So obviously that's a bit surprising because uh, it's obviously a phrase that is here to raise some questions. And the goal of talking on this talk show today about how I became and why I became a jeweler is to inspire people to follow their ideas. And well, stories are many. Many people became what they wanted to be in life in their own way. But something I do really remember, and that's why I wanted to make this video, is when you learn about how other artists became and did their, well, what they struggled with, it helps you understand the struggles you are facing maybe now, today, and why you maybe can't solve them. And discovering the life, the biography of other people in any field, it doesn't have to be the same field that you're in. And so that's why also the subject of today is very broad, is how do we become what we are supposed to become. And yes, reading and listening to stories of the life of other people is meant to be inspiring. So that's the tone of today, that's the mood. So let's set the mood. I'm setting the mood now. And the phrase there, I am nobody, I do nothing, it's exactly there to say that it's not about me, it's about history, stories, good stories, about life, about dreams, about goals, about success, about failures also, because when you're a creator, a media, when you create media, when you talk about, when you show content, most of the content you're going to find is made in such a way that you will never see failure. It's always meant to show perfection. Now, perfection is always a very interesting topic because most of the perfection you see around you in the media, any type of media content, well, the perfection that you see is a trick. It's also a lie, and perfection does not help you understand life, because life is imperfect, and through imperfection, through failure, that's how we grow. Okay, and it's important to remind that right from the beginning, so we can travel through time, learn, and grow. So the video of today about the path, the way I took, is a story to inspire people to understand how failure can be your biggest success. And it's not something that I heard somewhere else. Well, obviously I have. You know, it's quite a common story also, that failure becomes, accidents become your best success. Okay, so where should we begin? So first, let's begin. Where was I born? I was born in Lausanne, Switzerland. Okay, so that's where I'm born. I was born. Okay, so this is my hometown. It's yeah, very nice picture. That's the Cathedral of Lausanne right there. That's the mountains. That's the lake. So the lake is called the Lehmann Lake, and it's very well known as the Geneva Lake. Geneva is at the tip of the lake, and those mountains are not Swiss, actually, they're French. These are the French Alps. And so obviously when I make videos, I love to extend as much as possible the scope of what I'm talking about. Obviously it takes a lot of time, but I do have a lot of time today. And because this is a biography video, I'm going to take all the time necessary. Maybe I will make many videos. I know that people won't necessarily follow the video today. That's not the goal, because, well, it's Saturday night, so many people, I guess, are out partying, having fun. It's not that I don't go out, obviously, but I went out earlier today, so I really want to do this now. Okay, so that's where I was born. So the thing that you need to know is that my family is absolutely not related to jewelry at all. I do not have any member of my family, close or far member of my family, who has anything to do with jewelry. Okay, so that's one of the first very important aspects, because that's not common. When you go to Instagram, let's go to Instagram. Okay, let's go to Instagram. I'm going to show, I'm going to demonstrate that. Oh, look, Johnny Depp. We're not going to talk about Johnny Depp today, but justice for Johnny Depp anyway. Right, so nice. Okay, so jewelry. Let's go just for jewelry. Let's search. Can we search? Come on. Open a search window. Come on. I don't even. I said jewelry. Jewelry. But the hashtag. When we need the hashtag. Okay, thank you. Jewelry. Okay, let's go. Okay, so let's have a go at today's jewelry world, because obviously the world jewelry is huge. Okay, there are many types of jewels. Look at this. So, these are precious metal, gold or platinum with diamonds, and these are a brass and gemstone jewelry. Okay, so the world, this is technically very complex. This is new materials. This is very simple, but it's platinum, and you should know that manufacturing platinum is not easy at all. So the scope of the jewelry world, or universe, we could even say, is so broad, is so big. You know, many people make jewelry, fantasy jewelry. There are so many words. Look at this. This is very interesting. This is felt jewelry. So the materials that you can use to make jewelry is so wide. Also, it's so the jewelry history is so old, is so broad, is so big, that we are going to need a lot of videos to talk about that. But I was talking about the fact that nobody in my family has anything to do with jewelry. But that's not common at all. Many famous people, let's go at maybe jewelry drawing. Let's go at jewelry drawing also, because that's a huge other world. Jewelry drawing is so important in jewelry business. Okay, so okay, so jewelry drawing. Many people that you see that have a lot of followers in the field, like many followers, generally, and most of them, they do come from jewelry families. And that's very important. That's very important because, thanks. Welcome. you can let's follow the chat a bit. Okay, so one of the main topic that we need to talk about for people interested in becoming jewelers or jewelry designers, well, first point, it's a huge world. It's a huge universe. There are so many ways to manufacture, make, create jewelry, and be a jewelry designer. So many ways, so many ways that the point is, never believe people who tell you that it's not possible to become a jewelry designer or a jeweler, because the first thing you need to know is that there are many ways to be a jeweler. Okay, because the type of jewelry, the level of jewelry, the materials for jewelry making are so immense, are so limitless. There are old techniques, there are new technologies, there are many machinery, there are many manufacturing processes are so diverse, so broad. The style of jewelries You can have things that are technically like these. This is technically very complex, okay? So this takes a lot of time to manufacture, and this takes a lot of time to perfect the skills. There are so many skills involved in the field that there are many ways to become a jeweler, okay? By example, this is generally laser cutting or stamping, okay? You can make jewelry, you can make beading jewelry, you can make 3D jewelry, you can make very high jewelry with many gemstones. This is obviously harder to learn, and it takes years to master the skills to do this type of jewelry. But this is not the only type of jewelry. It doesn't have to be your goal. You must find a way to become a jeweler your own way. So people draw, this is a very quick drawing. Okay, this is easier, but this is already in an isometric drawing. So also it takes a lot of time to master these types of drawings. There are simpler drawings. These are quicker. These are simpler. These are a bit simpler. Okay, so you can study jewelry drawing. Now, then people are better at drawing. Okay, so it's also about the talent you have from the beginning. Okay, people are born with certain talents, with certain skills. And it's very important to know your skills from your childhood, basically, okay? Because some people are very good at drawing. But now here, there's something very important, and I'm going to start explaining why I say that you need to be a jeweler first, and the advice on why to be a jeweler first. When you look at jewelry design, okay, one day I will make a video about what exactly is jewelry, what is jewelry design, and we are going to explain these concepts because it's necessary to explain the concepts. Okay, so like I was already saying, there are so many types of jewelry, so many types of materials, so many types of techniques, from very easy beading techniques to very advanced stamping techniques, soldering techniques, laser techniques. There are so many machines that can help in the process. That makes one of the first reasons I always say that you must be a jeweler first is that first learn to make jewels. This is beading jewelry. This is already pretty advanced beading jewelry because the pattern is not easy at all. So this is already pretty skillful. And don't be fooled by the looks. Many people get very easily fooled by the looks. This looks simple, but even to make this ring in silver, this is a silver ring. This was made very probably using wax modeling by hand. You can tell because the type of design, okay? It's a lot faster to do this type of design, modeling wax by hand. So manufacturing jewelry by hand is still very important nowadays. It has been so for thousands of years. Okay, it's very important to know that. From what historian knows, archaeologists know, they know what archaeologists know. Jewelry is about 80,000 years old. Some of the oldest jewels that have been found, oldest jewels in history. Let's try to find them. They are made of shells, seashells. They're these. Okay, so these shells are very famous because these shells, they have something very well, this is the reference, okay, dated 78,000 years ago. Okay, so why do we know that these are jewels? I mean, they're shells, you know, they're shells. And you can go to the beach and find shells. You are going to find shells on the beach, but you won't be able to say or to tell, oh, look at these shells, they're jewels. How would I know that these shells are jewels? Okay, so that's one of the bases. Okay, that's not the goal of today. I will make another video about what is jewelry and why jewelry is so important to define what jewelry is, because in fact many people make jewels, manufacture jewels, draw jewels, design jewels, but they don't even know what jewelry is, which is a lot of fun. Too many people in the world make things, talk about things in their everyday life, but they don't even ask themselves, what is what I do? What is a jewel? You know? And we need to talk about that, but that's not the goal today. So that's another aspect, the history of jewelry, and look at the date here. And these are, we know that these are jewels because if you study these shells, archaeologists have found that there are markings on the sides, there are hits, small bumps on the sides that are very, very, very probably made by the usage of the shells as a necklace or as a bracelet. Okay, so the problem when finding things made of gold or made of any other material is that, first of all, most materials tend to disappear over time. So very probably the earliest jewel in human history are totally gone. They have disappeared, you know? So obviously that's a problem because the material world fades away because erosion, because how life goes, how things degrade over time. Well, shells become sand, wood becomes dust, okay, over thousands and thousands of years. So finding jewels and to be able to say that this is a jewel, it's always a huge problem for historians and archaeologists because we need to find a visible proof that that object has been used and was used as a jewel. It's not because you find a gold object that that specific object was and has been used as a jewel. Okay, so we need to understand that this is the very specific historic and anthropologic, ethnologic, sociologic part of the jewelry world. And it's a very specific field that you might want to study. You can be a jeweler, a jewelry designer, yes, but you can also become a jewelry historian. That's a broad, totally different field. And it's a huge field of study. And it's a very nice, actually, I have studied a lot of jewelry history. And that's why I said at the beginning of the stream that my mother is an anthropologist. Obviously, that had a huge influence on my work and why I became a jewelry teacher and why all my history background, because I did study a lot of history and we did go to a lot of museums. That's something of my childhood. And that's why I want to talk about my biography, because over time, I was able to understand what in my childhood, in my past, the influence of my parents, of my family, which is absolutely not a jewelry family. My parents are not jewelers. My brother is not a jeweler. My aunts, my uncles, my grandparents, etc., are absolutely not jewelry related. And that's a very important point for you people, not for me. Well, for me to have its importance, but in what? The fact that my family is not jewelry related at all. And even without having any jewelry background growing up, I was able to become a jeweler and a jewelry designer and a jewelry teacher and to create a jewelry school. Okay, so that's very important because that means for you, if you're listening to my story, that it means that you don't need to have anything to do with jewelry. You don't need to be from a jewelry family. You don't have to have a jewelry background. You don't have to have a jewelry interest or knowledge during your childhood or during you growing up. It does not matter. You can become a jeweler, a jewelry designer, a jewelry historian, or whatever you want to become in the jewelry world without having anything to do with jewelry. So now you know why I wanted to make this stream and make these videos about my biography, because my story helps other people understand that you can become a jeweler, you can become a jewelry designer, and you don't need to be from a jewelry family. But, and okay, so that's a fact. You can have any type of background. You can be a mathematician, you can be a musician, you could be an economist, you can be a cook, you can be a dancer, you can be a singer, and suddenly, for any reason in your life, you can become a jeweler. But what I recommend then are two things that, let's go back to Instagram for a second. Okay, so what I recommend is that you become a jeweler for a very specific reason. And that the reason that leads you to becoming a jeweler is not only money. But that's very important over time. So become a jeweler for a better reason than just money. Because many people think that to be a jeweler is to become a millionaire. The goal of, because, well, let's go back. Okay, let's go to this type of jewelry. When they see these very pretty women wearing jewelry, high jewelry with huge diamonds, and they know that diamonds cost millions of dollars because they know that Sotheby's and auction houses sell diamonds for millions and millions of dollars. And obviously they see that and they say, oh, wow, this is a millionaire's world. You know, jewelry is, well, if jewels get sold for millions, well, if I design jewels and I make jewels, I will become a millionaire or a billionaire. Okay? That's not how it works. Okay? That's one of the main mistakes that so many people do, men and women and children also, because I had very young students, and I think maybe all of us can easily fall in that mistake. Okay? Jewelry making and jewelry designing won't make you a millionaire, or won't make you a millionaire right away. At least you can become a millionaire making jewels. making jewels, note that specifically, making jewels. Designing jewels can make you very rich, but generally you won't be as rich as the people who make and sell the jewels, because also that's a third part. You can be a jewelry designer. That's the people, well, supposedly, that's the people who create, who get the idea for the jewel. Most of the time, the jewelry designer is a jewelry drawing person. So normally the job of the jewelry designer, is drawing like this. Okay, so this is maybe a nice idea. Honestly, by example, this drawing is it's pretty ugly. If you look at the horse, the rendering of the horse is pretty poor. Okay, you need to be objective with what you see. Okay, it doesn't matter how much, because sometimes you are going to see drawings like this with thousands and thousands of views. Okay, don't be fooled by the numbers. Okay, so most of the time jewelry designers are the people making the drawings or the concept of the jewel. And yeah, that's a very good question, and that's the best. That's exactly the goal of today's video. We're going to talk about all of that. Most of the time, success is when you design the jewel, when you manufacture the jewel, and when you sell the jewel. Okay? I'm going to be talking about that a lot more. So that's a comment in the chat, which is very, very good, because that's the goal. That's the goal. That's the goal. Okay. The best you can do if you want to be a jewelry designer is not really become a jewelry designer, is become a jewelry maker, a jeweler. And there are very objective reasons to that. Why? Because first thing you need to know, everybody in the world wants to be a jewelry designer. Everybody say, I am a jewelry designer. That's, you want an example? Let's go at Brad Pitt, jewelry, come on, jewelry designer. Okay, so Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were designing jewelry for a couple of years with some brands, some famous brands. Okay, so you should know that all famous singers, all famous actors, all socialities like Paris Hilton, like Nicole Richie, all these people. Let's go at Nicole Richie, because so all these people are from the entertainment world. They're famous singers, they're famous actors, they're famous socialities, and all of that. And all of these people have pretended to be at one point in their life, for a short period of time, most of the time, they have pretended to be jewelry designers. Okay, so don't be like them. Please, don't be like these people. And I'm going to explain why. So like I was saying, everybody in the world is a jewelry designer. That's something. Okay, so I've taught jewelry during 17 years. And I created a jewelry school in 2006. And I finished that part of my life. I closed the school 2 years ago. But I was a teacher and a director and a founder and an owner of a jewelry school that became world famous. If you want to know about that, just go at CG Jewelry School. So the school does not exist anymore, okay? But the school is, no, not sorry, just one A, CG. Okay, so here it was. Here it is. Okay, so this was the school I created, and I closed the school a couple of years ago. Not necessarily because or thanks to the pandemic. I was tired of teaching, honestly, or teaching that much. Then I became a YouTuber, and now I'm a jewelry designer, and I get paid for my 3D designs. And I'm also becoming more of a YouTuber, thanks to all of you, because the channel is growing. So I have a lot of things to say, obviously. And well, you should know that I have a big background in the jewelry field, because I've manufactured and designed many jewels, and made many designs and drawings, and manufactured thousands and thousands of jewels for my own clients, for my students, with my students, etc., etc., etc. But the point is that the entire world pretends to be a jewelry designer. It's a fact. I received students from all around the world who came to Mexico City to study with me, from all the ages, from all the backgrounds, poor people, rich people, young people, old people. My youngest student was 6 years old. My oldest student was 82 years old, something like that. And I've met thousands and thousands of people through jewelry teaching, through my jewelry school, because the concept I had about jewelry design and what jewelry is and how it must be taught into practice is something that I stated very clearly and fundamented very clearly right from the beginning. So all the theory behind jewelry teaching, jewelry design, and why these concepts do matter a lot, and why, as a teacher, as a jewelry school, it was very important to clarify and to establish very clearly from the beginning, in very exact words, what I was teaching and why I was teaching it. Okay? And what I discovered over the years is that everybody is a jewelry designer. It's very special about the jewelry world. That's something you need to know also when you want to become a jewelry designer, a jeweler, make jewels, sell jewels, all of that. There are things you need to know right from the start. And the first thing that you are going to discover when you want to become a jewelry designer, you're going to discover that your neighbor, that your friend's girlfriend, that your mother, etc., everybody suddenly is a jewelry designer. That's very weird, because everybody pretends to be a jewelry designer. Okay? That's very weird. Nobody does that in another field. Let's compare. Like I said, very famous people pretend to be jewelry designers. Why is that? Because you can pretend to be a jewelry designer. It has absolutely no impact on your credibility. Because, and that's something we'll do in another video. I'm going to show in another video that people generally don't know what jewelry is, what a jewel is. Anything could be a jewel based on that concept. So we will have to clarify the concept of what is a jewel. Someday I will do that video. It's very important. Then also, nobody knows what a jewelry designer is supposed to do. What's the job of a jewelry designer? In general, in the design field, people don't know what a designer makes or what the job of a designer is. What's the real activity? What's the real work? What's the real job of a designer? People don't know what a designer does. That's part of the problem. because it's related. Nobody knows what design is. What's a design? Okay? There's so many ways to explain design, to conceptualize design, that many people get lost in those fake explanations or fake concepts. So one day we'll also explain what jewelry design is, okay? So the problem is that anybody can pretend to be a jewelry designer. The funny thing is that nobody pretends to be an architect. If we want to compare with other fields, people who have not studied architecture rarely will pretend that they are architects. People who say, I am an architect, generally you can very clearly see that they have the knowledge, they have the skills, they have the studies, they have the background to show that they are architects. And people know what architects do. They draw the plans of the houses, of the buildings. They create building technical drawing. Okay, so most people know that architects are needed to create the technical plans for buildings. So that's the job of the technical drawing technicians in an architect agency. Okay. Obviously, there are also many fields and jobs in architect agency. There are many ways to be architect, but the ground knowledge of an architect is very well known. You know that the architect create the concept of the building, the soul of the building. You know that the idea of the shape and why these shapes, why that design. And an architect must know a lot about geometry, about light, about volumes, about structures, about weights, about distribution of weights, etc., etc. I'm not an architect, but I know that because the father of my jewelry teacher and master was an architect. So architecture and jewelry are generally well related. Now, the funny part is that everybody knows that architecture is a very technical field and that you need a lot of study to become an architect. So architects generally are very respected people, and they should, because they have a lot of knowledge. A good architect knows a lot about materials, history of buildings, the different art times, epoch of art history for architecture, also for simply common cultural knowledge. But architects, they have a lot of knowledge, good architects. But generally, let's say a common architect with a common ground of knowledge, people know that they have a lot of technical skills and they study years and years to obtain their degrees and become an architect. That's common knowledge. Even kids, they know that architects make a very pretty real or 3D previews of the building. It's always very cool to see an exposition or a maquette of a building made of paper, of cardboard, of wood, of whatever material that you want to imagine the preview of the building. Okay, so the point is that everybody knows what an architect knows, and at least they know that architects know a lot. Everybody knows that. Why is it so different in the jewelry world? Well, as a jewelry teacher, I can tell you that's basically crazy. That's just because crazy. There are so many esoteric, irrational knowledge linked to the jewelry world. Okay, so now let's go to, well, let's go back to jewelry design. Jewelry design here on Instagram. Jewelry design. So, as I established previously, everybody knows that an architect has very specific technical knowledge and a lot of knowledge. Why is it so different for jewelers? Because believe me, everybody pretends to be a jewelry designer based on absolutely no grounds. There are jewelry schools around the world. First of all, there are not so many jewelry schools around the world, and it's not that easy to study jewelry because many teachers don't want you to learn jewelry. That's something you need to know. It's a closed world. And as many closed worlds are not keen in sharing their knowledge. There's a lot of secrecy in the jewelry world. So that makes that people have a lot of false ideas, or wrong ideas, or false knowledge. There's a lot of false knowledge or wrong knowledge or no knowledge in the jewelry world. That mainly comes from the fact that the jewelry world is a closed world and a secrecy world. You generally won't be able to enter a jewelry manufacturing workshop or business. People won't let you in because there's so many people copying other jewelers, that the problem is that you must protect what you're doing, okay? So that automatically creates a closed world, a secrecy world. Okay, and it's very funny to search jewelry design in Instagram because we can see, and that's why I'm scrolling through this. Look at the diversity of techniques and materials scrolling on the screen now. Okay, diamonds, plastic, stones, wood, you name it, resin, beads, expensive, inexpensive. What's the contrary of expensive? Yes, okay. Let's keep scrolling. So the problem of the knowledge. Anybody pretends to be a jewelry designer because it's easy to pretend to be a jewelry designer. So now that I talked about that and explained that quite much, but there's always more to say. But you first need to know that anybody pretends to be a jewelry designer because they make some small drawings. They have some concept about, oh, let's make this as a jewel. Let's make that as a jewel. Okay. It's very easy to have ideas to create jewels. Believe me, like I said, anybody is a jewelry designer. And that's a fact. That's something you must know, because if you want to become a jewelry designer, you're mistaking in something very important. There are so many people pretending to be jewelry designers that the problem is not in that field. Anybody can be a jewelry designer. But where's the catch? Where's the problem? If you design a jewel, you make a drawing, you have an idea for a jewel. The problem you're gonna have is who is going to manufacture. This is the core of the entire explanation. If you have an idea for a jewel, if you make a drawing for a jewel, if you make a prototype, let's say maybe you made something with a with Play-Doh. How is it plastilina? How do you call plastilina in English? Plastilina in English. Clay. So maybe you made a prototype of a jewel using clay. Okay, that's great. Good for you. Well, the problem is that you won't be able to sell that jewel because people think that most of the jewels, they're made of precious metal, and precious metals, they're only silver, gold, and platinum. These are the only three recognized, established precious metals in today's world. We could add rhodium, iridium, and the platinum family entirely, but they're generally not used in the jewelry manufacturing business. Okay, so it's very important that you understand having an idea for a jewel, to design a jewel is it's really a kid's work. Many people believe that the work of the jewelry designer is a kid's job, a kid's work. That to design a jewel, you don't need any technical knowledge at all. That's a huge mistake. That's a huge misconception, huge, but it's a constant one. People think that to design jewels, you don't need any technical knowledge at all. That's so wrong, but that misconception is so much rooted in the world that I stopped fighting against that. So I'm not fighting it anymore, but what I do is I simply create statements, videos, conferences, books, publications, whenever I can, just to establish that fact. People believe that to design jewelry, a child knowledge is enough. It's totally wrong, obviously. So obviously, it's a bit sarcastic, it's a bit ironic, it's a bit a joke, but it's real. Anybody believes they can be jewelry designers. But the problem is that once you have the idea, let's say that I made this. This is my jewel prototype. This one is made out of clay, and that's great. It's great. I want to make a lovely Z letter because maybe it's my initial letter, or it's the initial of my girlfriend or of my mother, a loved one, a friend, and I designed this jewel with a heart and the Z letter. Great. That's my ID. That's my jewel design. That's my jewelry design. Great. Good for you. Now, what's next? Who is going to manufacture the jewel? And that's exactly where the entire problem lies, stands, rises. The problem obviously will rise to you sooner or later, and the sooner the better. Who is going to manufacture the jewel? Well, the obvious answer is a jeweler. Okay, so let's say you had the concept for this jewel. Well, now you, as a jewelry designer who knows nothing about jewelry because you're making it all wrong, because that's true. If you think that jewelry design is the problem, well, you're making it all wrong. Who is going to manufacture the jewel? Obviously, a round of applause, because the obvious answer is a jeweler. So you need to find a jeweler. Okay, great. So generally in many towns, in many places around the world, you are going to find jewelers in any small town. Even just there will be a jeweler in your small town, in almost any country in the world, even in very remote places. There are people working with gold. You are going to find a jeweler almost anywhere. It does not matter even the continent you live in, the country you live in, the small town you live in. It's no problem. You are going to find a jeweler. maybe not. And that's where the entire problem resides. Because, let me explain. So, you want to manufacture this. So, to be able to manufacture this kind of jewelry with many gemstones, first, you need the gemstones. So that's already a huge problem. You need to understand that to design a jewel with gemstones, you need gemstones. So first, you need to buy the gemstone. It's totally useless to design a jewel with many gemstones if you don't even know if you can find these gemstones. That's one of the first huge mistakes that wannabe jewelry designers make. They say, let's design anything and then we'll see what happens. No, that's not the way it works at all. First, you need to have the gemstones. Okay, so you made the design, you found the gemstones, and then you need a jeweler. So let's go to your small town jeweler. Because let's say that there's a jeweler in your town, okay? Like I said, in many small places, in every corner of the world, you are going to find a jeweler, man or woman. But the problem is, what experience, what background, what technical capabilities does your jeweler have? Because there are so many ways to manufacture jewelry that you're going to find a jeweler, but maybe the jeweler that you have in your small town only has, let's say by example, these bangles. These are machine made. These are cut with laser and CNC cutters generally. So maybe your jeweler in your small town only knows how to make these type of designs. If you look at these designs, there's something that must stand out to you right away. These designs have 0 gemstones, no gemstones. And that's a trick that many brands use, especially nowadays using 3D printing. Because many people don't have the gemstones, or they don't have the knowledge to cut the gemstones, or they don't have the knowledge to properly set the gemstones in gold or silver or metal, because they don't know the technical part, the huge technical part and knowledge that you need for jewelry design. They don't know nothing about that, so they simply decide, we won't use any gemstone. That's a problem less. Well, actually, that's 2 problem less, because you don't need to create fancy gemstone settings if you're not using gemstones, all right? That's very obvious. And then you don't need to buy gemstones because you don't know where to buy gemstones, because you have absolutely no gemological knowledge at all. And because you think that to create jewels, you don't need any specific technical knowledge, because you're totally wrong. Exactly. But let's say you're totally wrong and you decided to create jewelry. So in your hometown, your jeweler only has machinery to create these type of designs. What does that mean? That means that you will have to design things that specific technology can manufacture. Okay? Understand that you will have to change your designs depending on the technology available and the knowledge available in your small town. Because, okay, let's say that the jeweler in your small town is only able to do this type of jewelry. This is jewelry. This is beading. This is beading. Okay? These are small components that have holes in them, and you put a wire inside the beads. This is bead jewelry. Beading jewelry. There are many words. So here in Mexico, we call this bisuteria. okay? And this is handmade, and this is called jewelry. That's why someday we will have to talk about, but what is jewelry? Because this is jewelry. For many jewelers, for a goldsmith, this type of quote, very important. This is not jewelry for many people, because the goldsmith learn how to melt metal, forge the metal, solder the metal, set the gemstones, polish the metal, etc., etc., etc. Okay, a jeweler knows many things, but the problem is that this is jewelry. So let's say that in your small town, the person who's calling himself a jeweler knows only beading jewelry. Well, so in your town, they only know beading jewelry, but you want to be the big fancy jewelry designer. So you have a problem. You have a problem because in your small town, you're not going to get these magnificent faceted topaz gemstones. You are not going to find them. Okay? You are not going to find these gemstones. This is a tourmaline. This is a watermelon tourmaline. You're not going to find this tourmaline in your small town. You are not going to find these gemstones. Okay? So you have a problem because you want to be the super fancy high jewelry designer, because when you look on Instagram, you're going to see all these fancy gemstones and all these fancy jewels, Cartier, Van Cleef & Arpels, De Beers, all the famous companies around the world that you are going to see on TV, in the press, in the famous magazines. You're going to see all these brands making all the advertising. You're going to see these jewels with diamonds and very pretty semi-precious gemstones that you are not going to find. Nor the gemstones in your town, and not even the knowledge in your town to manufacture this jewel. Do you see the problem? It's an obvious problem. The designs that you create must be based on the knowledge that are found in your town and on the materials that are found in your town. So if in your hometown, your village, your city, your country, whatever, wherever you live, you must design things accordingly to the materials that are available to you where you live. So one thing is the material, okay? The materials that you can find and that you can afford, because that's the other problem. Not everybody can afford to buy diamonds. And I'm saying to buy raw diamonds, unset diamonds, loose diamonds. You need to be able to buy loose diamonds in your town. And that's not a given. Okay, you must understand that maybe where you live, you won't find diamonds available for you to buy and to put in your design. Okay? So what's the point in designing jewelry when in your hometown you can't even find those materials? That's not very clever. And that's why it's something I explain quite often, and that people who have ears must understand. If you're listening to this, understand that. Where you live, you are going to find a specific set of materials that are available to you. And then, so the materials, that is clear now. I explained that enough for now, for today. And the second, the knowledge and technology in the place that you live. So maybe not necessarily in the place that you live, but that are available to you. Because obviously you can maybe live in Belgium, in France, in Italy, in the US, in Africa, in Japan, in Australia, on the moon. What technology is available to you? It might be close to you, or it might be through mail, through delivery, because maybe you are going to design some jewels living in Australia, and maybe you're going to manufacture your jewels in China or in Thailand or in Vietnam. These are countries with a lot of jewelry manufacturers. Just so you know, most of the jewelry manufacturers in the world are in Asia. It should be obvious, yeah. Generally, they're not. They're not in Latin America. There are a lot of hand manufacturing small workshops, but rarely are you going to find a huge manufacturing business available for you. So, materials and available technologies, available knowledge. Because like I said, let's say you designed these jewels, but the obvious problem is that who is going to manufacture the jewels you are designing? And that's exactly where the problem, the entire thinking process, because the goal of everything I do, and also when I talk about me, like I said, the important thing is not me, is that people start to think. You need to learn to think. And it means that if you're designing jewelry, you must very soon understand that the problem resides entirely in who is going to manufacture the jewel. And that answer is not easy. It's not an easy answer. So let's keep going through the jewelry design on Instagram, because there are so many materials, so many technologies, so many knowledge involved in the jewelry making process, that even if you want to design, let's say you see this photograph of a jewel and you love this gemstone. Well, first you need to know that this gemstone, by example, the cuts, the facets, the cut of this specific gemstone, that you might be impressed. You know, if you're a beginner, you see a picture of a jewel and automatically you go, wow, this is amazing. Wow, I've never seen such an amazing jewel. Okay, so the first problem here, and then you want to study jewelry, you want to design jewelry all of a sudden because you're looking at a fancy design, an amazing design, maybe like this. This is your type of wow jewelry. You know, there's so many different types of jewelry, but maybe this is the type for you that makes you go, wow, this is amazing. Okay, great. And then suddenly you want to design a jewel. So, I want to create the same design. Okay. The first thing that you're going to mistake automatically is that you think that you are going to find this gemstone. Okay, that's a huge mistake. But when you're a beginner, you can't even fathom, you can't even start to comprehend that this is a huge mistake that you're making. You are not going to find in the world at all, you're not going to find that gemstone. But why? Because that gemstone, when you study jewelry for years, you are going to know right away that this gemstone has something very special to it. And what is it? The shape and the cut of the gemstone. This gemstone is custom cut. And a custom cut gemstone, you won't find another just like this one. Not even close. And if you want somebody to cut the gemstone, custom cut for you, a custom cut gemstone is the worst that you can imagine in our field, because custom gemstone cutters around the world, they are some people make custom cuts gemstone. That's something any professional knows right away. And also you should right away know that if you want a custom cut gemstone just for you, many gemstone cutters, they won't even talk to you because you're nobody. They won't care about you because a gemstone cutter studies during years. Cutting gemstones is harder than manufacturing jewels. That's something you must know, the respect that you must have for people cutting the gemstone. The art behind gemstone cutting is huge. There's a huge history behind it, and it's mostly done by hand, angle by angle, facet by facet, one by one. And it takes days, and it takes weeks, and sometimes it takes years to facet just one diamond. So I just also want people to understand the amount of ignorance that you might have when you're starting. It's normal. I'm not judging. I was there too. When I started jewelry, I knew nothing about jewelry. Nothing at all. Okay? So that's very important because to learn, you must know that you are ignorant. And many people, they don't even have that state of mind. You must have that state of mind. And I would say all the time, it does not matter for how long you've been studying something. We all are ignorance. The problem is not what you know. The problem is what you ignore. So by example, to come back to this jewel, this gemstone is a custom cut gemstone, okay? So if you want to recreate this design, you're wrong. You are totally wrong. Because like I was explaining, to get a custom cut gemstone is something very complicated around the world. So I was saying, everybody is a jewelry designer. Everybody. That's a fact. It's very easy just to say, oh, I'm a jewelry designer. Everybody can say that. I mean, yeah, that's true, like you say, yeah. There's so many different types of jewels around the world. Okay, and suddenly, let's take something more complex. Okay, let's say this type of jewel. Then you see this necklace with many diamonds, emeralds, white gold. The earrings are very pretty. The necklace is very pretty. When you look at the necklace, every stage is articulated. There. The technical level for this necklace is already pretty high. There is higher. There's always a higher technical level. You should also know that. But that's the problem. When you look at this jewel and you're a beginner, you see very simple shapes. You can count the gemstones. Here on this element, we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here we have 8 diamonds per element. Okay, but the thing that you don't see is that between each element, generally there are 2 loops, or there is a small mechanism. Maybe there's a pin in between them. But you don't see that. When you see a finished jewel as a beginner, you don't really understand what's behind the designing process, the technical process, and the manufacturing process of this jewel. You don't understand the technical difficulty there is to what you're seeing. You just see the finished jewel. And it seems very easy. There are many ways indeed. And that's a huge problem. When you look at pictures, let's go back. Okay, this is another example. These are custom cut gemstones. Custom cut is a huge problem because there are not that many people available anywhere, even in Paris. Let's say you're in Paris or in New York, which are famous jewelry cities, or they have very specific places you can go where you are going to find many very skilled jewelers, all right? Let's say you're in Paris. So in Paris, there's a place you can go where you're going to find all types of jewelers. You know, you're going to find gemstone cutters, you're going to find jewelry drawers, designers, jewelry makers, and you're going to find some of the best jewelers in the world. But like I said, the problem is you have this drawing there. This is a pretty nice design. Okay, this is a nice design with pearls, diamonds, and white gold. Okay, this is a custom design. All right, so you had this idea, and then who is going to manufacture the jewel? Please tell me who is going to manufacture the jewel. All right, so let's say you're a happy person. You have a lot of money, because that's also part of the problem. How much does it cost to manufacture one jewel? This ring. How much does it cost? Thousands of dollars. Thousands. Not $2, not $5, not $20, not $100. It costs thousands of dollars to manufacture this jewel because of the materials. And I already said, find the materials. You need to find the pearls. The jeweler might find the pearls for you, but he doesn't have to. That might be your problem. You need to find the materials. All right. So the materials, they're expensive, they're rare, they're hard to find. Okay, you have the materials. Now you found a jeweler in Paris because luckily you live in Paris. Okay, but then let's go find a jeweler. So now let's say, okay, you found a jeweler. So the problem is here that a jeweler with an open desk, because you need to find a jeweler that is open for public requests, you know. Not every jeweler is open for public requests. So let's say you found a jeweler who is available and who is going to manufacture the jewel. But the problem is that he is going to manufacture one jewel for you, and you are going to pay the manufacturing for one jewel. And that jeweler, if he works alone, like, well, many jewelers work alone. Not all, because there are also big businesses manufacturing jewels. I'll talk about that later. But it's something. Okay, so you found, and you're going to pay that jeweler for one of these rings. Okay, so you found a jeweler who wants to manufacture this jewelry for you. That's great. But now you want to create a jewelry brand. You want to create a brand. And you want to sell like Cartier. You want to sell like Pandora. You want to sell like the big names in the industry. Well, ain't you stupid? Yeah. Because who is going to manufacture the jewels? Because we said, yeah, you found one jeweler who is going to manufacture one ring for you. But now let's say you want to sell all around the world. You want to sell online. You have a brand marketing strategy. You have a business plan. You have the millions to invest. You find an investor to create a jewelry brand, and you think that your ideas in the jewelry business, they're so great that you're going to sell many jewels. Okay, so then you ask to the jeweler, okay, sir, Mr. Jeweler, hello, I want thousands. I want 1,000 of this ring. Okay, 1,000. Okay, that jeweler is going to say, okay, I can manufacture 1,000 of this model for you. Yes, I can. Okay. And I want these 1,000 jewels for next week, sir jeweler. Please, I want them for next week, manufacture with pearls, with diamonds, and white gold. Yes, please. Okay. One person can't manufacture 1,000 jewels in 1 week. It's not human. One jeweler can make maybe in 1 week 50, 100. That's already crazy. And then there's the quality of the jewel. See? And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the problems you're going to face. No, I know. I'm just talking about problems. Like there's no solution. Well, I already started talking about solutions. If you read between the lines, I already started talking about the solution way back, and I say that most time. You need to learn jewelry manufacturing, because in the world, around the world, anywhere you live, any place, yes, you are going to find jewelers, but you are not going to find necessarily a jeweler that can manufacture the designs you're drawing. Your imagination is finding new ideas. Okay, you have a lot of creativity. That's great, and it happens. So great. But who is going to manufacture the jewel? You are the answer. You are the solution to the problem. You are the first step. So the problem is not in designing the jewels. It's part of the problem, but believe me, it's not the main problem. It's not the main problem, because so many try to manufacture this cross by hand in white gold. Just try to do it soldering every prong, because that's how it's done basically. Then you'll make a mold. Okay, then you'll make a mold, but first you'll have to solder every prong. And yes, obviously at first you are going to do it very slowly, very slowly, and most of the time you won't even be able to manufacture not even this letter. This letter, you can say this one is hand cut. You can see, because here you can see the saw in precision right there at the tips. So actually this letter, okay, it's nice, but if you can see with the naked eye these imperfections there at the tips of the triangles, this type of details in some places are going to get you fired as a jeweler. You must understand that. Okay? And for many people, that's not a problem, because like I was explaining at the beginning, there are many ways to be a jeweler and a jewelry designer. Okay? So one main difference. Some people, they manufacture jewels and they sell their jewels. It's all they do. They design their own jewels, they manufacture their own jewels, they sell their own jewels. Okay? Like we said in the chat earlier, that's the best. That's one of the goals you should have at the beginning. Yes, you should design your own ideas, your jewelry design. You should design them. You should design them for yourself. But then also you should manufacture the jewels with your own hands. You can buy a lot of technology to do that, but you must know how to handle these technologies. You must know the manufacturing process by hand, and you must know the manufacturing process with technologies, with machinery, with tools. You should know the tools available, because very soon you're going to understand that every type of technology allows specific types of designs, because each technology is a new solution. Like 3D printing, it's a very nice technology, but it's not the only technology. So obviously you see me, well, obviously on my channel on YouTube, I do a lot of 3D jewelry for 3D printing. And yes, that's mainly what I do and what I've been doing for the last decades, actually. But I manufacture, and I have manufactured by hand. I've manufactured thousands and thousands of jewels, because like I was actually, well, the goal of this video, in fact, was my biography. I started talking about jewelry designing and jewelry manufacturing, which is always good. And then we go back to my biography to link everything, because everything is linked. That's something like I said, I love stories. So it doesn't not matter where I start. The point is that the cornerstones, the milestones, we must go through them. So it does not matter where you catch my stream and my live videos, because also you should know that because summer is coming, and where I live, the weather is kind, because the cold is gone. So now the warm days are with us here in Mexico. So I am going to do more live streams to talk about everything I need to talk about, because obviously on my channel, well, you see a lot of tutorials, 3D tutorials, but also because I was a teacher for so long. Well, it's important now that the channel is growing, that people start to understand why there's so much to talk about behind 3D jewelry design, and jewelry making and all of that. There's a lot of knowledge behind all of that. And obviously on my channel, we need to talk about that, okay? So it's not that many people are listening to me now or will listen to me, but it's important that I talk about that, because I know that people find my videos because, well, thanks to YouTube, my videos are coming out more and more because the channel is growing, and that's amazing. But now, well, I'm glad that I'm here talking about all the knowledge that is behind what you see in the 3D tutorials and all of that. And the thing is that you need to learn jewelry manufacturing for yourself. That's the first step in the solution of everything. Because, by example, one of the best reasons to become your own manufacturer is that, like I was talking about a very small detail, but if you look on the screen, if you look at the tip of this triangle here and there, if you look very closely, and that obviously you need to have the eye, the professional eye, because a beginner, well, if you love to look at details, you are going to spot these details. If you love perfection, you are going to spot these imperfections. Here, look at the tip here. You can see the size of the saw, and you can see a small dent right there. And here at the other tip on the other side, you can see a small dent. Well, the problem is that you can see the dent on a photograph on Instagram. You can see the imperfection. Well, the thing is that jewelry is all about these details, all about that, okay? So, and that's where quality and the standing of the jewels that you manufacture become absolutely important. Okay, that's all there is, the details. Jewelry is all about these very specific details. So this pendant, this K letter pendant, gold pendant, it's cool, but it's just cool because these details, you can see these imperfections. So one of the main reasons that you want to become your own manufacturer and why you want to study hand manufacturing techniques first and then learn technologies on how to make more jewels, to make jewels faster, to make more complex jewels easier, faster, and be more productive and make more money, etc., etc. But that's then. These are the next steps. First, you need to know that to manufacture this jewel by hand, it's going to take you hours. Huh. Okay, so yeah, I'm reading the chat and the albedo color. So the problem with some render engines, there are some render engines that ask for the albedo color for metallic shaders. The problem is that it's indeed something that you are not going to find. You're something you won't find it because nobody has that information. And that's basically why. And the problem is that Octane render engine use the albedo for metallic shaders, so don't use and Blender shader. But no, that's wrong. Well, unless you're using an add-on in Blender. Well, if you are making your own shader, but in Blender does not use the albedo color for. Oh, it depends. Maybe you need albedo for the color, but that's different because that's the color shader. Yeah, it's off topic, but anyway. To get the color right, just go and buy some rhodium, polish the rhodium, take a picture of the rhodium, a digital photo of a rhodium jewel, okay, and then use the eyedropper. Okay, here I'm going to write the answer down here. Okay, so albedo color for metallic shaders like in Octane Shader or in light tracing render or render engines like that. Well, in Blender, in cycles, you don't need the albedo. That's a good thing. And that's why I use cycle. But if you say albedo just for the color, take a photo of a rhodium jewel and then use the eyedropper to get that color in RGB or HSV. There you go. Ta-da! Okay. So anyway, learn to manufacture your own jewels. Because once you know how to manufacture a jewel with your own hands, first you are going to know that it takes a lot of work to manufacture just one jewel. It takes at the beginning to make just like this type of jewelry here. You are going to take days, a week, 2 weeks even. You know, if you go to a jewelry school where you learn to cut metal, melt metal, make, to shape the metal, sew the metal, fill the metal, solder the metals, all hand manufacturing techniques, all the old school traditional school techniques. Well, you're going to see that it takes weeks to manufacture this pendant. And also because you are going to fail a lot. You're going to learn right away that to manufacture one jewel, you are going to make hundreds of mistakes. And you will have to start again and again and again and again and again. And you will become crazy. You will get into a huge crisis, because you should. If you're learning something and you don't go through a crisis as a person, as a human being, learning something new, facing problems, failing again and again and again and again. If you're not facing real problems in your flesh, bones, mind, and soul, and because also you're going to cut yourself, you're going to burn yourself, you're going to hit your finger with the hammer, etc., etc. You are going to suffer in your flesh, heart, bones, mind, and soul. Everyday life, jewelry making, you're going to suffer. And then you will have the real respect. You're going to understand why there are not so many jewelers around. That's the first thing you must understand. But why can't I find a jeweler to make my designs? And why doesn't he want to? Well, jewelers generally, they want to make their own designs, because that's the best for a jeweler, is to design your own jewels and manufacture your own jewels and sell your own jewels. That's the dream, because that's success. That's real success. You have great ideas for pretty, beautiful designs, jewelry designs, and you know how to manufacture them. So there's a lot of congruency there. There's a lot of pertinence right there. All right. So that's great. And then you sell your jewels, and all the sweat and all the blood and all the suffering that goes into manufacturing a jewel is going to be worth it. Because when you sell a jewel, well, obviously the happiness of the customer, the smile, the happiness of the customer, and obviously the praise, because the customer is going to praise your work, is going to start saying, wow, this is amazing, because the customer looks with the eyes of love. He's going to love your jewel because he saw the jewel in your shop, in your vitrine, in your stand, in an exposition, in an exhibition. You're selling jewels, and the customer sees your jewel, and wow, it's that wow effect that everybody wants through jewelry design, jewelry manufacturing, and selling the jewel. Well, obviously, when you sell a jewel that you designed, that you manufactured, and the client and the person buying your jewel goes, wow, I love this jewel. You designed it, you manufactured it. Wow, you're a god. Basically, for people, you're a god. You're a genius. You're wonderful. You're an artist. You're the best. You're great. And it's amazing because it does not matter what technological level or technical complication goes into making your jewel. The client doesn't care at all. Maybe you designed this, you manufactured this. Maybe it's this. This is totally different. This is wire jewelry, silver wire and a gemstone. And this gemstone is not even cut. It's just polished. So the technical level of making this, well, it's not easy to give the shape to the metal. Yes, it's not easy to give the shape, the turtle shape. Okay, it's great. But technically is not the same as this. This is technically harder to manufacture. But the client doesn't know. The client doesn't care about that. The client saw your work, your jewel, your design, your creation, and he went, "Wow!" Who knows why? Actually, you might study also why some things create some wow effect. But maybe you did this jewel, this ring. This is technically a bit more, well, it's more complicated to do this by hand. So the achievement, the human achievement to do this, yes, you must know it's harder to create, well, to manufacture this jewel. It's harder, it's technologically harder. And you should know that, okay? It's not the same than making plastic jewelry, okay? Or resin jewelry, okay? These are very different worlds. Or making bead jewelry, okay? With components. Well, this one has quite some original work there though. And also the gemstones. They're fancy gemstones. These are plastic gemstones. But anyway, the creativity, sometimes this has quite some creativity on the colors, by example, the composition, the color composition. This person has a nice eye, a nice knowledge about color combinations, and also the size, you know. This is quite some fancy, colorful necklace. Well, you need some creative freedom to be able to create this. So there are many knowledge involved also to create this necklace. But the technology behind it is very different, okay? Because generally these prong settings, they're components. You buy these components, and then you need to use wires and metal to bind them together somehow. But let's say this is not done with laser, okay? This is handmade. So you need to be agile with your hands. You need the ability to do this by hand, okay? So there are so many different types of jewel. But the thing is that, well, you design this, the client sees it, and he goes, wow, and he buys it. Well, that feels amazing. That's the goal. That's the goal. That's why manufacturing your own jewel is the core. It's the core of the entire solution to the entire problem. Okay. But there are so many ways to go to come to that conclusion, and to explain why so many different ways to create jewelry, so many different types of jewelry. But the core of the entire problem is always the same. Who is going to manufacture the jewel? Okay, because this is a lot of work. And it does not matter if this is brass, bronze, gold, or plated silver. Maybe this is plated silver. Let's say it's a coin necklace. Well, this is coin necklace, copper and brass. Okay. And it's gold lookalike, so it's plated or made. Yeah, it's plated copper, plated brass. There's a lot of work that goes into manufacturing this necklace. All right. So like I said, most of the jewels, they're handmade, but there are many tools and machinery involved in making the design. So now let's say you sew this bracelet. This is steel wire cable. So let's say that you see this design and you have the idea to start an entire business that goes around. There's a lot of technology that goes into making this bracelet. The result might seem very simple, but this is steel wire. And the problem is that that's a material that you are going to buy like this. So That's not a great idea for a business. Never look at what people do. That's the worst, one of the worst mistake I saw during all my teaching years, during all the school directing years. The mistake that all people make. Let's say you see this design and you go, wow. But you go, wow, but you don't want to buy this jewel. You want to design it yourself with your own modifications and your own spice, you know, because you like the concept of the Buddha in the middle, of the colors, the shape, but you don't want exactly the same one. You think you're a jewelry designer because suddenly seeing that creation from someone else and from someone who has already manufactured that jewel. So you're seeing the entire solution to all these problems I just started to mention, but you see only the result. So you only see the entire solution to the entire problem. And that means that you're not seeing any of the problems that goes into manufacturing this jewel, into designing this jewel, because the design process goes with the manufacturing process for all the reasons that I already explained. Where you only are going to find such material, such technology, and such capability of the jeweler. So if you see this necklace and you want to design it your own way, you want to manufacture your own way, you're totally mistaken. Totally. But why? Because you're not looking around you. You're not starting from you. You're starting from the outside. You're starting from looking at the work of some other people that has entirely different conditions. And you are totally wrong. And you should know that. The first thing that you must know when you start learning something is that you don't know anything. And that's the state of mind that you must have anytime, anywhere. Because that's when you are connected to your soul, to your core, to real knowledge. You look around you. You look from you. What can I do? So you should never look at what other people are doing, because that's not your problem. Your problem is, what can I do now, here where I stand? What jewel can I design? What materials do I have available? And what can I do with my own hands? What knowledge can I get where I live? Maybe there's a jewelry school where you live. Maybe there's not. Maybe you can attend a jewelry school somewhere else. So you need to travel. Do you have the money to travel? Do you have the time to learn? Because also when you start learning, there's always a trap in all the education business around the world, because yes, education is a business. And believe me, I had a jewelry school for 17 years. That's why I'm especially placed to have a very specific set of knowledge to share. Education is a business. And what does that mean? That's something very bad. Education should not be a business. But many schools, they're businesses. They want to make money. And one of the first rules to make money is to lie. Many people start making business lying to people. And how do they lie? They make false promises. Language schools. What's the lie, the common lie of a language school? Let's learn English in 3 weeks, easily. And boom, they sell you any kind of learning method for idiots, okay? Because only an idiot would believe that you can learn a language in 3 weeks or in 3 days or in 3 hours. You're not going to learn anything in 3 weeks. Yeah, you're going to learn 3 words. Good for you. But you're going to pay thousands of dollars believing false promises, false lies. So the common lie for languages schools, the common lie is that fake promise that you are going to learn a language easily and fast. That never happens. To learn a language, it takes time. It takes years to master a language. And also because basically to learn a language, sooner or later, you will have to go to that country who speaks that language. There are no miracles in learning. There are none. I teach for 20 years, so I might know something about it. But if you believe their lies, well, the problem is on you. Well, the problem is also on the people lying. You should not lie to make business. It's a bad practice. Your business should be rooted in better goals than lying as a business practice. It's just a side note there, right? You should not believe the educational lies. It takes a lot of time and effort to learn anything. Any beginner should know that. And also as a beginner, you should know that they are going to lie to you. Sadly. So, if you want to learn, you must also be able to find places that you know they're not lying to you. And in the jewelry field, it's very, very complicated to find places and teachers and masters who are really going to teach you. Because like I said, many schools are businesses. So yes, they are going to teach you, but they're going to teach you just enough so you can't complain about saying that you did not learn anything. There's just a threshold right there. And professionals, education professionals, we know that. We know specifically where's the threshold of a very specific level of knowledge that you are going to feel that you know something, and that's good enough. Most of the training places, the schools, jewelry schools, big or small, they know exactly the level that you must reach to say that's good enough. Well, the problem is that it's never enough. Now, many jewelry teachers, many jewelry schools around the world, they want your money because that's the business of education, is your money. The goal is not education, the goal is money. And that's what I said. You should not base your life goal on money. Please don't design jewels to make money. Design jewels to bring beauty to the world. That's an example of a solution. Really, the goal must be to create beauty, to create something that's worth it. You'll make money because you're creating something interesting. But please, never let money be the goal. You are going to lose because sometimes you make money and sometimes you don't. It does not matter how good you are, how clever you are, how trained you are, how skillful you are. Sometimes you're going to make money, sometimes you won't, because life is not only money. It's obvious knowledge. The problem is that the entire school system, the competitive society we live in, is going to tell you you need to make money all the time. You need to make more money, more, every time more. Why? It's like, also, why do you make money? It's like, yeah, to pay the rent, to pay for food, to buy clothes, to travel, to whatever, to see movies, to have fun. Okay. Well, that's also a problem. We all face these problems. That's something you all must know. False teacher, false training, lies of the educational systems in any field, and I'm talking about jewelry schools. Some of the biggest names in the jewelry training educational programs around the world, they're liars. I know because, and I know that very well, because that was part of my success. And how was it part of my success as a jewelry teacher, as a jewelry school? Well, let's see. It's very simple. Because many jewelry schools around the world and very famous names, I won't tell names because I don't care. That's their problem, it's not mine. Because thanks to them, I became famous and successful. Why? Because many schools, too many schools, their goal is to make money. So they're going to teach you just enough. Like I already said, they're going to teach you just enough so you're just satisfied that, yeah, you learned jewelry drawing. You learn jewelry drawing. Let's go back to jewelry drawing. Let's put a couple of examples. Let's go back to jewelry drawing. Okay, so they're going to, okay, you be trained to draw jewels like this. Top view, side view. That's nice. This requires already some technical knowledge, technical level. All right. Answering the chat. 15 minutes after. Sorry. Okay, so most jewelry schools around the world, they're going to teach you to draw nicely. Then also obviously depends on the talents you have, but they're going to teach you how to draw nicely. The problem is that in the jewelry design world, like I said, because everybody is a jewelry designer, the problem is that you are going to be one like millions of others, because everybody take quick, fast, easy jewelry training. And this is what quick and easy jewelry training, drawing training is going to teach you. But the problem is that they're going to sell you that training telling you that you are going to become special. They're going to sell you the very common knowledge, the very cheap, very available, normal drawing, jewelry drawing level. They're going to sell you that as the professional level. They're going to make you believe that you're going to acquire a level of knowledge that is not the level that they're selling you as a professional grade is the common grade. That's the problem. So what's going to happen in your life after that training? So you go to the training in a very famous jewelry school, in a very pretty building, in a very fancy town, let's say New York or London or Paris. All right, you go to your very fancy jewelry training program of 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And it costs a lot of money because they're very fancy schools, amazing schools. Yeah, very pretty settings, very the building of the school is very pretty because, yeah, they do have the money for that standing because they're selling, like I said, expensive jewelry training courses, very expensive ones, shaped like it's the professional grade level, but it's the very common level that you're getting. That's the business. You know, and the problem is that you are going to pull that. And the problem is that there are not many more options. Now, the problem is this. This drawing, by example, and actually this design, well, this is my kind of design, let's say. This one is nice quality, nice level. Okay. So for this level, you need months of training or years of training, all right? And you need to be good. There are better drawings. There's always better than you, always. That's also something you should know. If you are a sane human person, a live person, if you know what you're talking about, you should always know that there's always better than you. Always. There's better than you, they're less than you. You're there, you're at your level. There's always more, there's always better than you. You're also always better than someone else, but there's always something better than you. So there's always something that you can learn. Okay, so this level of jewelry drawing is already pretty nice. So here, but still, there are many people able to do these drawings, and that's the huge problem. That's the huge problem. Because like I said, people able to create these drawings, there are hundreds of thousands around the world. So no, you won't be special in that field. But now let's say that you are special in that jewelry drawing field. Let's say for a minute that you are very specially talented. Okay. Now the problem is around the world, who is going to hire you? For who are you going to work? Well, look around you, around the world. Who can hire your skills? Who needs your skills? Well, that's the first problem. Almost nobody needs your skills. Because the big brands, Tiffany, Cartier, Van Cleef & Arpels, Pandora, the big 10 brands, well, first the problem is that they're like 90% of the market. 90% of the market in the jewelry world is like 10 brands. And we all know the names. Thanks for the chat. Yeah, I'm very happy that finally I'm able to start a different type of content, and I'm going to do it live because I just talk about anything and everything that I want to talk about. So that's great for the channel. And also because that's a way more lively and original content that I can bring on YouTube. And that's why the channel is growing. So that's great. So obviously I will continue with all the tutorials and all of that, but there's a lot of content that I can create. Okay, so you are a fantastically talented jewelry drawing human. Very talented. You're very, very, very talented. Okay, so now ask yourself the question, who is going to hire you? And like I said already, look around you. Look around you. Who wants to hire you? Who needs your skills? Nobody needs your skills. Because all places, jewelry, drawing, jobs around the planet, they're very few and they're already taken. And believe me, the people who work for these brands, if you think you're talented, they're talented 1,000 times more than you for one specific reason, that they've been working for Van Cleef & Arpels for decades. So the problem is, who needs your very, very highly talented skills in the jewelry drawing field, which is a niche in a niche market? Who needs your skills? Nobody. And that's almost true. I'm obviously theatrically exaggerating a bit, yeah, but the problem is that's almost true. Nobody needs your skills. Okay, so now I think that you can understand why manufacturing your own jewels starts to be the obvious answer. And that's why I wanted to make this video, even if in fact I was going to do my biography, but I started, well, it's part of my biography because that's what I've been doing. I've been manufacturing and designing jewelry for 20 years, and I've been very successful at that for a very specific reason. I received a lot of jewelry manufacturing training. I have manufactured thousands and thousands of jewels by hand. Then I teach that during 17 years or 20 years, I don't even remember. No, 17 years. And we manufactured thousands and thousands of jewels, and we designed these jewels. So we were designing our own jewels, and I'm talking we as me and my students, all right? What is a skill in 3D modeling sculpting? Okay, what is a skill in 3D modeling sculpting that is rare that one should try to be best at? Precision. Precision modeling. Yep. Many people, they're very good at modeling anything. I'd say, well, here's a nice, I don't know what that is, but, well, let's say, this jewel on the left is very structured, okay? So you need more precision to create the jewel here on the left, you know, than this. This is a zebra. Yeah, that's pretty nice. The design is very cool, but this is a very much organic design. This is a very creative design. But both are very creative designs. Actually, they're very. This is very interesting to talk about jewelry design and jewelry manufacturing and jewelry design and skills, because the jewel on the left, like I was saying, well, I don't know if this is the gemstone. It might be plastic or glass. It might be glass. Does it say? No, it doesn't say. But it's pretty cool. Okay, so this jewel has a more precise structure and is technically harder to, yes, it's technically harder to make than the zebra. But the zebra is artistically harder to create. Well, this is an organic shape. But the thing is, like, the artistic rendering of the zebra is quite interesting. It's a very personal interpretation of the zebra, and it's very well designed because you can see right away that it's a zebra, but it's not too obvious. You know, the artistic decisions were and the design decisions to create the zebra are very good. It goes also the same for the jewel on the left, but this is more like a modern contemporary jewel. Okay, the structure is more geometric, architectonic, and also the contrast between the color and the material is pretty nice. But let's say on the left we have a more architectonic structure, and generally most people would be able to model the zebra. Yes, because organic modeling is less. Well, no, it depends. Some people are scared, very scared about organic modeling, 3D sculpting. That's also true. So the skills, but generally the skills that pays. Okay, the thing is, let me show you. Well, let's go to great links. Okay, The most okay, graduation rate. Okay. Graduation rates. Okay. One of the biggest business in the jewelry business are these rings, the graduation rings. And that's where the problem starts. Because exactly like what I was saying at the beginning, you need a lot of jewelry manufacturing knowledge to understand why and how these jewels are made like that. The structure seems very simple, but the shapes of the body of the rings, they're not simple. Let's say this one has gemstones around the center. The other one, okay, this one already has an entirely different shape, and you need to build the entire shape again. Then this one has another shape, etc. This one also has totally another structure. So the structure seems easy, seems the same, but these are some of the hardest tools to design for manufacturing. So, and actually don't ask for tutorials because I won't make tutorials about these rings. So like I said, there is secrecy. There is a part of the jewelry field that is closed. Well, because for obvious reasons. So this is precision modeling, and not many people are able to do these. And it's funny because it seems it seems easy. So now from this, we can start talking about something very interesting that I started mentioning a moment ago. There are people who just, they make their designs, or they create their own designs, they manufacture their designs, they make the jewel by hand with machines, maybe with laser cutting, with CNC, with 3D printing. There are many technologies. You can create a jewelry manufacturer by hiring people, buying machines. You know, you can hire knowledge. Yeah? You can create a jewelry manufacturer to manufacture your own jewels. You can hire jewelers, of course. It's not easy. There's a lot of problem. Like one of the main problems that you're going to face in a jewelry manufacturer is stealing, because people, they steal gold, they steal gemstones. Okay, so that's why also most of the time it's better when you make your own jewels. There's so many reasons behind that. Okay, so where am I going out of? Okay, hello to the camera. I was, well, you know. Anyway, okay, so manufacturing the jewels. But these people, so you design your things, your jewels, you design them yourself, then you manufacture the jewels yourself with your magic hands there, and then you send your jewels online, on Etsy maybe, on Amazon, or whatever online market that you have. On your website, you can create your own website with your online shop. I know many people who do that, many people in Mexico especially. That's one of the main type of business structures that are successful in the jewelry field. Like me, I'm the designer, I'm the manufacturer, and I sell my jewels to private clients. All right. So in my case nowadays, that has changed because, well, first because I teach during 17 years. I still teach, but only to professional and enterprise clients and advanced clients. So I do teach maybe to 2 or 3 people or 1 people a year, and very specific professional people with already a strong background in the jewelry business. So not for beginners anymore. Okay. And I almost don't manufacture jewels anymore because I don't have to, because I really became a 3D modeler mainly for the jewelry industry. Okay, so my clients are jewelers in different countries because thanks to the new technologies, well, obviously internet and all the technologies, well, I just need to send the files. So I don't even need to manufacture the jewels anymore. I generally manufacture also 3 jewels a year. Right? And I like it like that now because I manufactured also so many jewels over the years with my students and for my clients, because when I had the school, I used to manufacture a lot of jewels, thousands of jewels for some clients, and that was a bit crazy. I was making money. Yes, I made money, but the thing is that manufacturing jewelry is very tiring for your hands, for your eyes, for the back, for the neck. And when you do that every day, sometimes 7 days a week, like someone said in the chat, yes, you become a slave. So I became a slave of my own business. So yes, I was making money, but like I said, and yeah, I mean, I can't complain. And also in that areas, in the making money area, there's not much I need to prove anymore. I made money. I use that money. I spend that money well or bad. There are many ways to spend money, in a good way or in a bad way. Anyway, money comes, money goes. So profit generally, when you know that you can make money, you stop. You understand that money is comes and go, and that and yeah, you start having new goals, right? So that's what I said earlier, that you should set different goals that just making money. Happiness. And it's funny because then we start talking about happiness. Well, generally in life, happiness does not go with making money. Generally, people who make a lot of money, well, let's say Elon Musk, because he's the richest man in the world. But the thing is that I don't think that Elon Musk is the happiest human being on the planet. I mean, I don't know the guy personally. I don't want to know the guy personally at all. Because, I mean, there's enough. He makes enough online conferences, interviews, and all of that. Even if you can't really know somebody, it's like, it's not because I have a channel that's growing and all of that people know me. Because also when you are on social media, like it or not, you are a person. You become a character, like a movie character. Like we were saying earlier, like famous actors, they're known for their most famous character. Like Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man, Jason Momoa is Aquaman, etc., etc. So you become somebody else, because that's what communication makes, what the media makes to you. It changes your behavior, and you become a persona, you become a character. And even if there's a lot of you, in that character in any media, movies, theater, podcast, YouTubers, influencers, etc., singers, you become something different than yourself. And that's a trap. But anyway, let's come back to jewelry manufacturing and all of that. So I think you can start to understand why jewelry making is very important. And designing your own jewels, that's cool. So what happens? People design their own jewel, manufacture their own jewels, and they sell their jewels. They create a brand, they have a marketing strategy, they have a business plan, they have investors, or they have their family money. Okay. So something I said earlier, but I must repeat and talk about that a bit more. Most of the people, and especially on Instagram, so let's go back to Instagram. Jewelry, well, let's say hi to make it, because yeah, generally, let's go. Come on. Why? I don't, we need hashtag hi jewelry. All right. Okay. So you are going to see amazing drawings, like this one, and yeah, this one is pretty nice, but the isometry of the ring is totally wrong. This person has training, but his training is lackey at best. The angle of the jewel is totally wrong. Why we can know that? Because if you see the side drawing and you see the isometric drawing, you can see that the isometric drawing is totally wrong, because the flat axis here doesn't go with the isometric angle there. This part of the jewel is totally wrong. The drawing is totally wrong. A professional is going to see that right away, and you're not hired. You're fired, basically. If you give this drawing in your first day at work in a brand job, you're fired. So, well, basically, you will not even get hired. So this person draws well, designs well. The design is what a high jewelry brand would like. Okay, depends the collection, etc. But the rendering, the isometric drawing is totally wrong, and a professional is going to see that in a second. Okay, because you see the side, you see the side view. It's straight, but this drawing is like falling apart to the right. It's falling to the right side. Anyway, that was not the topic. The topic is that you are going to see very nice drawings. Okay, so like I said, if you're a jewelry drawing artist, nobody needs your skills. Nobody. Because all the jobs are already fulfilled. There's no place left. Okay, now let's say somebody needs your skills. Who might that be? So like I said, well, the big brands, there's no job for the big names. But what you should know behind all these, this drawing is better technically than the other one. This person has a better training. I'm not sure. I think the angle here is also wrong. Isometric drawings, they're always tricky. So most people fake, but that's not the topic. The topic is that these person, they come from jewelry families, jewelry families. Their parents, their grandparents, their grandparents, they were jewelers. They come from a long tradition of jewelers families. You should know that. Almost all the drawings that you see that are hired somewhere and that can live from, let's say, it's drawing. Jewelry drawing. Hi, this is the wrong, and this is not even good. Come on. Hi, jewelry drawing or jewelry drawing. It's a jewelry drawing. Okay, let's go back there. to keep come on the internet. Okay, so most of the people you see making these these drawings, they work for their families. Because what you should know that most of the people in the jewelry business, they come from jewelers' families. The entire family, they're all jewelers. So how does that work? The person, every member of the family specialize in an area. Someone becomes the jewelry drawer, someone becomes the 3D modeler, someone becomes the hand jeweler, the hand manufacturing jeweler, somebody becomes the technician, responsible for the machine supervisions, the technology supervision in the business, in the family business. Somebody becomes the accountant, somebody becomes the salesman in the shop. So the family has many shops in different cities, and that's exactly how Cartier worked. At the beginning, Cartier was selling clocks, watches, hand wrist watches. Okay, then he started putting gemstones to these watches. He started working with jewelers. He became famous because he was one of the first doing that, customizing watches, working in Switzerland and in Paris, etc., etc. And then he bought a jewelry business. He started learning jewelry manufacturing, jewelry design, and all of that. And the rest is history. But Cartier, then he had three sons. And the main shop was in Paris, then in London, then in New York. And it became a huge family business. Then the brands they sell, they're not necessarily Cartier. I don't know if they're still a family business, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Mostly because then they die and nobody wants to continue the family business. Okay, so but you should know that when you see a wonderful jewelry drawing, the huge majority of the people who have time and the ability and the reason and who really live from making really astonishing high jewelry drawings, they work for their families. It does not matter where, because it's the same in France, in Italy, in England, in the US, in China, in Vietnam, in Japan, in Mexico. All the people who have time to make magnificent jewelry drawings and are really able to say, I live from my jewelry drawings. Well, they do live from their jewelry drawings because they're working for their families. All right, that's a huge amount of people. Some people then, like me, we don't come from jewelers' families. We are just highly trained individuals with specific skills for drawing and jewelry making and jewelry design. And generally, some of us, we become jewelry artists, and they're highly skilled artists in a very specific niche market, which is jewelry drawing. And what happens there is that because the talent make these people stand out, they're able to become artists on their own. All right. So, but that's what, 10%, 20% maybe. Let's say 20%. From the family business person and families generally around the globe, I would say it's at least 50% of the person involved in jewelry business, they do come from jewelers' families. at least the parents were already jewelers, but generally before they're jewelers for many generations. And like I said, other countries, Morocco, Turkey, Iran, uh, Egypt, Lebanon, Palestine, all North African and Middle East countries, most of them, Africa, well, many countries, they have folk jewelry, hand manufactured traditional jewelry, handmade. And in most of these countries, it has been so for thousands of years. Like in Morocco, people have been manufacturing silver jewelry, very complex, handmade, very fine silverware jewelry by hand for at least 2,500 years. It's very well documented. There's a lot of books on that, and you should know that. It's common knowledge. It's like jewelry history around the world and the cultures. It's something that also you need to study a lot of that if you want to become a good jewelry designer. You need to know jewelry history. Actually, I will make a video about all of that in a coming future. So. Okay, so at least 50% of the people working in the jewelry field, involved in the jewelry business, they come from families who have been dedicated to jewelry making, jewelry design, selling jewelry for decades, even some for centuries. You should know that. So, but then there's, let's say, a 20%, and this is because I'm very optimistic. Very optimistic. And so, like I said, most of the people making jewelry drawings and make a living out of that, there are two types. Those who come from families of jewelers, and that's almost all of them, because otherwise you're not making money of your jewelry drawings at all. I make money from my jewelry drawings because it's part of my marketing. My drawings attract people, attract clients. So then when I make the jewel, well, and most of the time now it's not even the drawing, it's the rendering, the 3D rendering. But I do, and I became famous also for my jewelry drawings. They're not that, but let's go to internet. I have many websites, which is nice. Let's go to this one. Okay, here. Drawings. There's one here. This is all 3D, but there was one there. Come back, baby, come back. Hey, where? Oh no, it's new page. Okay, there's the drawing there. This is another drawing. Let's see if there's a color. Okay, here you can see parts of some drawings. Some of these I don't like much, but some others, they did became they made me famous, because I made also many jewelry drawings. Some collections are better than others. I also made a small book about the Phoenix. Some of these are pretty good. Okay, anyway, so most of my drawings, they're not on the internet. They're partially, some are on the internet, but very partially because I don't want people copying my drawings. And believe me, in the jewelry business, copying is a plague. It's a huge plague. Believe me. Been there, I've been there. Luckily, I have brands and I have a lot of copyrighted material, a lot. But copying is, so that's why there are some of my drawings and designs on the internet, but, and quite much, in fact, because I have many well, I have the channel, but I also have all the social media, and I have 7 websites between the schools and my brands and my projects. Okay, so I also have NFTs and etc. etc. But it's partially on the internet, because if I was to publish my entire content and fully published, the copying problems, the piracy problems, they're just too big to deal with. Okay, so all right, but anyway, so let's go back. So most of the time, people who make a living from jewelry drawing, it's because they are part of a jeweler's family. Okay, so, and that's a huge percentage. Then there are people who just make drawing and study. Well, it's hard to tell. This one seems a lot more professional. A lot more. You can see that the design is way clearer. The drawing is way clearer. The quality of this drawing is a lot higher. And generally, somebody like this is working in the jewelry business and making money from their drawings. It's quite obvious, because generally you can tell that somebody is a professional drawer, jewelry drawing professional, because if you look at how clean, precise, and also because this is already a variant, and that's a huge part of the jewelry drawing process, or the jewelry designing process. They are going to ask you to make variants of the designs, because they want to see if, well, this one only has color variants. This is the same design twice, but we have color variants. This is generally made for a professional reason. So this person is very probably making money from his or her jewelry drawing skills. Okay, so but like I said, some other people, they're artists working on their own, and they make money, but because they make exhibitions, by example, and they sell their drawings like artwork. Okay, they don't necessarily work for a jewelry business. Maybe like this one. Maybe this person draws very well. This drawing is not finished, obviously, but maybe this person makes drawings just, or maybe even for books, because there are very pretty books. What software I use? Everybody knows what software I use. I use 3Design, CAD V10. That's one, and Blender. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. It's a joke. Anyway, okay, so when I say everybody knows that, it's just because I say that jokingly. Obviously, don't take it as per se. Okay, so some people are more artists, so they make jewelry, they study jewelry drawing, and you can do that as an artist and as freelance. But freelancing in that field is not very common, because like I said, all the famous brands, they already have their favorite well, the spots are, the jobs are already taken. Okay, but also generally, if you're good, like I said again, this seems from a professional, because there are no mistakes. Like, well, the gemstone is not very well rendered. It's not as precise as the other one. You can well, but that's fun. We should do that with render. Okay, like I was saying, this one is very nice, but this one, by example, it's nice looking, but the problem is that it's too fake looking, because these type of jewelry drawing schools, they teach a very standardized way of drawing, and it's a bit sad because the gemstones, you should never draw them like that with the lines. That's a huge mistake, and it has become a standard in some part of the world, but it's a mistake. Let's compare. This is a bit better, but again, you should never draw the lines around the facets of the gemstone. You should never do that. That's a technical mistake that it sadly teach too much around the world, but you should never do that. And we can see sometimes, okay, this one by example is not that much professional, because when you look at the, you can see the imprecisions with the pencil with the brush. Okay, the brush is way too imprecise. You can see drops here and there. Okay, but the topic here is jewelry drawing. Most of the time, people doing jewelry drawings, they do that for their family. Okay, so the advantage when you're from a family of jewelers, when you make, this is funny. Okay, see, this is what, let's say what I do. This is the ring we saw earlier with the zebra. It's just luckily found this one. It's pretty funny. This is the drawing, the gouache drawing. This one is, it's normal. It's pretty lousy. It's clear the drawing is well made. Then we have the CAD drawing. Like I said here, so here for this, this CAD is precise. This CAD is precise. And here, I don't know if this is glass. I think it's glass. I would say it's glass. But anyway, that's pretty cool because, or it's a gemstone, might be a gemstone, or it might be resin also, or yeah, maybe. No, but it really seems to be glass. So let's say it's glass. So this is a custom shaped glass, which is artistically really nice. And this makes that the technical level of this design, the design is really nice. This design is really nice because it has architectonic components, texture components. You want to touch, you know, these rectangles with with that texture, but you want to touch it, you know. So it's very attractive. It's visually very interesting, and it's like a small building, like a small pyramid. And it's custom shaped. Glass is always very fancy, very nice. So, but we'll talk about jewelry design in some other way. So what I was saying is that generally when you make when you're in a family of jewelers and you make the drawings and the design yourself, the nice part of that is that you are going to see and you are going to participate in the process of manufacturing the jewel. And like I said earlier, that's amazing. That's always amazing, you know, because that's what you want when you draw a jewel, when you design a jewel. What do you want, really? You want to see that jewel come to life, you know? That's what you're drawing in. That's why you're brainstorming a jewel, creating a jewel, putting all your heart and soul into a jewel. What do you want? You want to see that jewel become real, in real life, in gold, in silver, in any material, in glass. There's a lot of glass jewelry. That's also another subject we'll talk about another day. All the materials and why many people don't know exactly what jewelry is. Why establishing what jewelry is pretty complicated. But we are going to see, I'm going to prove very easily someday that generally people don't even know what jewelry is and what jewelry designing is, you know. We'll talk about that someday. But anyway, what you want when you make amazing drawings like these, or it's pretty simple, but the concept is pretty nice. You want them manufactured. That's what you want. It takes so much work to do this. This one is more professional. You can see the technical level. And you really want to see the jewel come to life, to be manufactured, you have it in your hands, or to see that jewel go to a client. You know, like I said earlier, the happiness of the client. When you design a jewel, you manufacture a jewel, and the client gets the jewel, puts the jewel on, sees the jewel. When you manufacture a jewel and the client, the person who is paying, bought the jewel, requested the jewel to be designed and manufactured, and all the process, when the client sees the real jewel, to see it in real life, from the idea to the real jewel, and the person sees the jewel that he wanted because he came to you. And that's something I still have to talk about, because like I said, there are people designing, manufacturing, and selling their designs like brands. That's what they do. They design, they manufacture, they sell. But generally you can't go to there are many jewelers and jewelry designers that are not giving a service. They're just designing, manufacturing, and selling. But if you go to these people, to these businesses, if you go to them and you ask them if they are going to design a jewel for you, manufacture a jewel for you, they don't. They simply don't. They don't. And most of the time they don't because they don't want to do that. And sometimes also because they don't have the time and skills to do that. Because it's very different. There's something that's also a huge difference. Also in training. Because by example, I was trained to give the service. I was trained to repair jewels. The first part of my training was to repair during 3 years. What I learned with my master and teacher mostly was jewelry repairing. To repair jewelry is one of the best training you can get. It's very difficult, it's very, very hard, and any mistake when you're repairing a jewel is fatal. Imagine you melt the jewel, you destroy the jewel that you were supposed to repair. Okay, repairing jewelry is one of the hardest part of the jewelry business and skills that you can get. Some of the best jewelers make a lot of money, and that's what I learned with my master, with my teacher. I prefer to say master because I was an apprentice and I was the only apprentice there, and I was really an apprentice. So it's apprentice and master, like Jedi, you know. And yeah, basically we do get like a Jedi training, jewelry. So we are jewelry Jedis. Let's say we are. I was trained like that, and I was trained during years to repair jewelry. But then also the business that. Okay, so my master was working for a jeweler for one of the biggest store in town. The owner had 5 stores, and in five-star hotels. So the shops that my teacher was working for were very important jewelry shops in town, and very expensive brands, and they were selling Bulgari, Cartier, a lot of watches. Don't ask me about watches, even if I'm Swiss. This is the biggest irony in my life, and I love to laugh about that. I'm Swiss. I polished jewels and all of that, but I know nothing. Well, no, I do know things about watches, but I don't like watches that much. My father does. My grandfather was a watch tools maker, but I don't like watches. I like jewels. I like jewelry design. I like jewelry manufacturing. I like jewelry drawing. I like jewelry teaching. I like, well, very precise things. But I don't like watches. And I'm not much interested in watch designs. I have and I worked with watchmakers and watch repairing friends. Also, I do have one of my best friends when I was younger. He was the watch apprentice in the same jewelry. Um, and well, let's go back to the beginning. Let's say so. I was born in Lausanne, Switzerland. There's no other Lausanne in the world. So that town is very pretty. That's where I was born. I wasn't born in the cathedral, obviously. I was born, it's almost on the picture. It's funny. Clinique Cecile. I was born in La Clinique Cecile. That's where I was born. So it's funny. My life is very funny, but when I say funny, it's generally because it's interesting. And interesting what for? Like I said, inspiration. Let's put a very simple example. That's exactly where I was born. I was born in this Clinique Cecile. That's in the middle of Lausanne. So it's a nice clinic there. That's where I was born. Well, that's the name of the clinic is Cecile. And my mother's name is my mother is Mexican. She met my father in Paris. My father is Swiss, and he was studying in Paris also. That's where they met, in the University La Sorbonne, Paris. That's why I speak French. Obviously, so my mother is Mexican, but my mother language is French. It should be Spanish, but it's French because I was raised talking French. So anyway, they met in Paris, blah, and I was born in La Clinique Cecile, and my mother is called Cecilia. Cecilia Clinique Cecile. Okay, you can see that. So these type of that's why it's funny. Well, these type of small details in my life, there are many of those acquaintances and accident and happy accidents. Some accidents were not that happy. So my family had nothing to do at all with jewelry, nothing at all. Then I grew up, we used to go a lot to the mountains, and one day I found an orange gemstone. In the woods, let's say I found an orange rock. I found a rock, orange rock. It was, let's see, it was something like not that flashy. It was not very transparent. It was something like this. I found a rock like that, walking around in the mountains in the woods. I was 12 years old. I was in third grade, and we just had changed home. It was after changing home, and I found that stone. It was not a very pretty rock, honestly. But it has some orangish, shiny look on one side. The other part was more like a stone like this, like this. But then it had an orange, shiny side, like this. Okay, so it was not an amazing rock, but on one side it had exactly like a crystal like that, an orangish crystal. And I found that rock. But the next day at school, I brought the rock, and it was very funny because, and I say again, funny, very interesting. I get used to that. Every time I say very funny, it means it's very interesting. I don't know why it's funny, just because it's not ration. It's not completely rational. It's not on purpose, so it's a happy accident. So happy accidents, I call that funny generally. So yeah, get used to that. And So I brought the rock at school the next day. And because I was, well, like most kids, I was shy. I was not especially shy, but I had no reasons to talk to the other kids. So when I brought the rock to school the next day, I was able to talk to anybody, um, to the teacher. Generally, you would not talk to the teacher in Switzerland as a kid because the respect for adults is very special. The distance you have with adults is, well, there's pretty much distance. You generally don't directly talk to the teacher. Obviously, if the teacher asks you a question, yes, but you would not privately talk to the teacher, or at least I wouldn't, because my family did not raise me like that. You would not talk directly to the teacher. That's something in my times, let's say 30 years ago in Switzerland, you would not talk directly to the teacher. But with the gemstone, well, it was not exactly a gemstone, with a rock. Maybe it was a gemstone, but I think it was rock. I think actually it was a cornelian, la cornelian stone. It was, I'm almost sure now. Yeah, it was something like this, but a big part of the gemstone of the stone was a normal rock. All right. So I found that stone. I brought it to school, and I was able to talk with all the other kids because I had that rock, and that rock looked special. It had some crystal side to it, so it was attractive. It was interesting. Okay, so um, let's say the gemstone allowed me to talk with anybody. I was 12 years old. I was in third grade, and that was nothing. Nothing more happened. It's something that just happened like that. Just a nice small story there. There you go. That's it. After that, I just followed my life, and nothing more happened. 10 years, no, 8 years after, when I was, I was 20 years old. It was the early 2000. It was around what, January 2000, more or less. Don't take me exactly on the dates there. But then, okay, so 8 years after, let's say 10 years after, suddenly there was like, it was at night. I was at home. I live with my father still. I was what, 20 years old, 22. No, I was 20 years old, something like that. 20, 22 years old. So yeah, 10 years after, 8 years after, whatever. So I was at home. It was a night. It was time to go to bed. So I was going to my father's bedroom, and I was just going to say good night to my father. And there I was walking up the stairs. Uh, I would not even turn the light on because I knew the house by heart. And there, just a normal night, I was going to say goodnight to my father to his room. All right. Okay, so it's just walking up the stairs, and suddenly a flash went through my mind, and that memory of the gemstone just flashed in my mind, just flashed in my mind like that. And it's like when you, it happens, I know that happens to people quite often. In fact, well, it might have happened to you, or maybe not that often, but it happens. So I had that flash in my mind of that memory of that rock I found when I was much, much younger, 10 years earlier. And I remembered that, in fact, that had been very, very, very important. And in why? Because finding, well, this is not a gemstone, but finding that rock, that colorful rock, allowed me to talk to other people. So basically what the rock or the gemstone did, it was to connect the connection. The gemstone was the connection to the rest of the world. Okay. And so that memory came to my mind as a flash, just there. Oof. A bit like when they say that you're going to die and you see your life passing in front of you. Well, I just had one flash like that of that memory of finding that orangish rock gemstone or whatever it was. I also thought it was a fossil, like a dinosaur bone. You know, when you're a child, it could be anything. So it was a lot of fun. Boom, that memory came back to me as a flash. And I understood, that day I understood. The gemstone connected me to the rest of the world, but literally to the entire world. So it was not a small thing. It was huge, because what do people want in their life? What people are craving for? What are you looking for? Generally, the goal in human life is to connect, to have a reason to be here, and to connect with people. Something, and actually, if, well, you can see I've been doing a live stream for how long now? 3 hours? I don't know. Where's the timeline here? I don't know. 3 hours? Yeah, 3 hours. 3 hours right now. But see, all this inspiration, I have no problem in like, and this is just the beginning of my story. I just even, and actually I'm making this stream just for this specific memory of that orange rock I found when I was a kid, because that's exactly how the story began. When I was 20 years old, I had that memory flash in my head about that rock connecting me with the rest of the world, and literally with the rest of the universe, with everything, the connection. And I knew that, I understood that memory from something that seemed to be absolutely nothing, you know, just finding a rock. That's not much to go with, you know. But the next day, when I was a kid, when I was young, 12 years old, third grade, with the rock in my hand at school, I was able to show, look at this rock. Can you see this orange crystal there? How it shines. And that was the perfect reason to talk with anybody, boys, girls, with my crush at school, because, you know, when you're a kid, you have a crush at school. Obviously, I had my crush, but obviously you're too shy to talk to her. It's like, you'd never talk to your crush. It's like, you know, but that rock allowed me to talk to her also. So obviously imagine how happy I was. But that was it. Like I said, just that time in school there with my rock there, I was happy. I was able to talk with anybody, to talk with my crush, etc., etc., to talk with the teacher, blah, 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 blah. All right. It seemed like nothing, just an anecdotic, small, boring story. Well, 10 years after, memory flash, boom. I remembered, no, man, this was the absolute universal connection. It's the reason why you're alive. And that's why I'm here talking, because that same connection stayed alive, you know? It never disappeared, because it's something that life gave me. And that's why it's important to listen to people tell their stories, because if the story is, well, maybe you can say, no, you're just making that story up, and you're making that up. Well, it's your freedom to not believe my story. But yeah, like I said at the beginning, it's not that obviously to you, any people listening to me, listening to my story, obviously the importance is not the same at all. I mean, for you, well, it's just a story. Maybe I'm making it up, maybe I'm not. But even if it's a made up, even if it would be made, maybe to you it's a made up story, but it's not, just because I don't like making up stories. So let's pretend it's a made up story or not. It does not matter, because, and also it's not because it's me. Oh wow, is something amazing happened to me. You don't care. What do you care? It's not the point. Again, that's not the point. The thing is, luckily I was able to see and understand, but it took me 10 years to have that memory come back to me, and well, maybe that memory would never happen. It came back. I was able to see it, and I know that I'm lucky that I was able to see, to understand that memory again, to get it back, because it changed my life. But it not only changed my life, because when I had that memory flash, when I remembered finding this gemstone and being able to talk to anybody, what happened then is that I understood I had to become a jeweler, like like destiny, really destiny, all right? And you can say you don't believe in destiny, but that's not the problem either. I call it destiny, right? So I became a jeweler, but so that's the reason why I became a jeweler, because that's a connection I was given to the entire universe and the reason to be alive. I design jewelry, I make jewels because it connects me, or actually, better said, something connects through me. That's why we're just tools or vessels. We're not, it's not the ego, because it's not for me, it's for the rest of us, or the rest of you. It's for you, because that changed the life of thousands of people. Because, well, obviously, then I found also finding an apprenticeship in Switzerland was basically impossible, and it's basically almost impossible, because there are not many masters left available and willing to teach you. They won't. There's no reason to teach you or you or you or me. Why a master would teach me jewelry? And I was especially stupid, believe me. I was especially ignorant. Stupid, no. But ignorant, yes. And it was a very, very frustrating type of ignorance. Despite all of my goodwill, all of my destiny, all my connection to the rest of the universe, blah blah blah, it was also, I had the corresponding amount of ignorance. So that was a huge amount of ignorance. So that's why I know how it is to be absolutely jewelry ignorant. I did not know what a pearl was. I did not know that white gold was something, existed, because obviously when somebody tells you white gold, white gold doesn't exist. Gold is not white. Yeah, it's also obviously always something weird to explain, white gold. What is white gold? White gold is not white. Gold is obviously the gold color we know. This is gold. Nature only has one color of gold. It's all there is. Okay? So when somebody tells you white gold, you're like, what are you talking about? Is there another color of gold in nature? What are you talking about? Or then there's also red or rose gold or pink gold, rose gold. So, and then also what rose gold, white gold, what are they talking about? I mean, gold is gold. There's no other color. Well, obviously the thing is that you can make alloys, you can mix different metals together and they can change the color. You can change the color. So white gold is a different alloy. Basically it's, well, there are different mixes or alloys for white gold. One that works is silver, platinum, and gold, and that makes white gold. And also the problem is that white gold is not really white. It's more like gray yellowish. Depends. Actually, this is a nice image here. So white gold without a rhodium coating is like this. Like I said, gray, yellowish gray. That's, and this is PD white gold, which is palladium white gold, which is a very nice alloy for white gold, but it's not white at all. In fact, what makes the white of the white gold is that it almost systematically receives a rhodium coating or rhodium plated. That's what finishes the white and makes it look really nice, but it's plated, it's coated, it's a bath, you know, it's galvanoplasty. Okay, so it's a surface finisher treatment. And so obviously, so I was that ignorant. Okay, so to go back to the story of the oranges stone, so the cornelian stone. So like I was saying, so that memory of that gemstone connecting me to people and to the rest of the universe. So that was a gift. I was gifted with that experience, with that memory. But then started the very problematic and hardest way of them all to become a jeweler, when I knew absolutely nothing about jewelry. Because, well, I was 20 years old. I had studied history, communication system in I went briefly when I was young. I went to the Lausanne University. So I studied philosophy. I studied history a lot, quite a lot. German, quite a lot. I don't speak German anymore. Well, I learned German and I was very fluent in German. I went to Berlin and I went to Germany for travel and vacations and all that. And I used to speak German fluently. I understand German pretty well, but I don't really speak fluently. Whatever. Well, the thing is, I studied many things before all of that and remembering that connection with that gemstone. But the thing is also in Switzerland, we had to go to the military. When we were young, we go, well, not anymore, but at that time we used to go to the military anyway. So I went to the military. After the military, I went to the EPFL. So I went to the Polytechnical School in Lausanne, which is one of the most famous polytechnical schools in the world, because Einstein studied not in the EPFL, he studied in the APFZ, which is the Polytechnicum of Zurich. And that's why the polytechnical schools in Switzerland are so famous. So I went there and I studied communication systems for just one semester, but that's how I learned to program web pages, and I also became quite famous for programming or making or creating websites. Yes, because that made and still makes a huge difference, and why it's very easy to find me on the internet. Anyway, so all of that, but also something that you need to know, I am and always will be a painter. So well, actually, if you put my name, it's funny. Well, we're not supposed to do that, but if you put my name on just on Google, the first things you're going to see are paintings. Because yes, I was and always will be a painter, and I was a painter before being a jeweler. And it's funny because okay, so there you see my name, my phone. Okay, so this is my name, Damien Rohrbach Viadas. So why is it relevant to the story, and why is it relevant as inspiration, I always say? Because it's a given. It's not something I made on purpose. I did not find that stone as a kid willingly. Well, they say that your soul knows its way, which is kind of true, the soul at work. So yeah, find that gemstone. But I had the memory flash 10 years after, and after studying many things. I studied communication systems, I said history, Chinese for a semester in Geneva. But all of that were, my father used to say that I would start something and never finish it. Obviously now, well, my parents are still alive. They're what, 78 years old. They're still alive, pretty healthy, very healthy. Which is nice. Anyway, so yes, I did started and studied many things. I also studied jazz. I went I went to be a musician. I am, well, basically I play the piano. So it's funny because I think I'm going to change. You know that the name now is the jewelry rock star and all of that, but it should in fact, I don't play rock that much. I play the guitar, but I'm not good. No, I'm not good. Never asked me to play the guitar. This would be just a shame. But I play the piano, and I can play the piano and improvise quite well. Or for a lot of fun, you could ask me to play the piano. That would be a good idea. But just expect a lot of jazz improvisation. Don't expect me to play famous song, and that would never happen. And actually, in the videos, I talk about that from time to time because I said I make the tutorials, and I'm going to keep doing that. I make the tutorials like my favorite ones are improvisations. There are improvisations. I just start designing whatever comes, and that art form of improvisation comes from jazz music. And yeah, I think I will change the name. Well, it's going to stay Rockstar, but it should be Jazz, Jazz, Jazz Man or something like that, because I'm more connected to improvisation in music and in the tutorials. Like my job is not improvised at all, but the creative side is totally improvised. You know, let's say like that design I made live last year. This one was amazing, and then I painted it. This was a lot of fun. I loved painting this one. This result there was spot on. This one, I loved it. And it's funny, yeah, some people like I just did now, some people think that I'm presuming, like, yeah, I did that. No, the thing is, like, when you do something, the experience of doing it, you feel the way you feel when you're doing it. That's one of the most important part of the process. So when I painted that design, I felt very good. That's why I'm saying this one is amazing. You might not like the result yourself or appreciate the result yourself, but it's not that I'm yeah, some people take it like on the presumptuous side. Well, don't. Well, so some people don't anymore. I think people are starting to know me better, and it's part of the process. When you create something during the process, you feel what's going on. So when you're doing something that's good, that's interesting, that's attractive, that's true, that's genuine, all of these positive ideas, they are in the process. You can feel them, the public can feel it, but the artist, the creator, the person doing the process, because it comes through you, it comes through me, well, it comes from inside, but it's more like a flow that goes through me. I can feel it too, but it's not that, like, I am the channel. That's what I am. I am the channel. It does not make me more or less than anybody else. It just makes me the channel. But the channel, being me as the tool, as the door, as the window, whatever you want to call it, the channel is pretty good. I feel it too. So I can objectively speak about what's going on when a process is going on, when I'm creating or drawing or modeling a jewel during a tutorial, or speaking like from when I remember, because I remember when I painted that because there's a video, actually you can see it. Let's see. You can go on the channel if you haven't seen it. 3D jewelry live. It should be there. There it is. See, you can see this one here. So I made that ring design during a live stream, I think last year. All right, and I made the design with pre-design live during. I made it in French and Spanish and in English also. The stream. Generally now I will be talking in English only, obviously in the streams. Well, because I have followers from all around the world. So normal. Okay, so you can find this live stream and that live stream. So I made the jewel in 3D first, and then I printed the design and I painted it by hand. That's something we do quite a lot nowadays. Many designers, like I was talking from the main brands, when you look at jewelry drawing, let's find a drawing that is printed from a from so not all the designs are designed in 3D first and then painted by hand, but most are. This one is not. You can tell because of the imprecision of the isometry drawing, especially. Okay, this one. No, this one was hand drawn. You can see the imprecision of the. Yeah, this is also very interesting. When you look at the drawing, you can generally see if the drawing was made by hand because you can see the imprecisions. You can see them especially on the top view. This top view is not perfectly symmetrical. It's nice. The best view is this view, the front view. This view is very precise. This drawing there, the front view is very good. The side view is good. The top view is not that good. Okay? Being objective, because any artist should be objective with everybody with oneself. You must be your best critic, must be yourself. You must be critic to yourself, because you must know what you're doing. You must be conscious of what you're doing, no matter the field that you're working in. I'm talking about jewelry design, jewelry, and especially that. But at a broader level, you must be conscious of the entire process and be able to say that I made well, that I failed, that I made very well, that I totally failed. You must recognize your own failures, because what I was saying earlier, you can feel the process. So when you, well, this drawing is not mine, but here you can objectively see that this top view is not as good as the front view. You can see here on the right down side, the curve is broke too fast. It should be wider. And that's not done on purpose. Some artists, they make mistakes on purpose, you know, because it's a way to give the artistic feel to what you're doing, to put some mistakes here and there, right? Like the human touch. But anyway, so that drawing is handmade. I'm looking for a drawing made in 3D. Okay, this one is mixed. These gemstones are photoshopped. It's almost sure. The stars are photoshopped, obviously. But I'm looking for a very specific type, because that's what I'm talking about that, because here, the process I did is I designed in 3D first, then I printed the design, then I hand painted the design. This one is painted by hand, and there's a yellow gold version with ruby and emeralds, and there's a white gold version, well, with diamonds, tourmalines, and an amethyst. Okay, so this is hand painted, but it was made in 3D first, and like I was saying, nowadays it's quite common to do that. I just want to find one. It's funny because well, this one is digitally made. Well, this is, by example, this is all digital. This is quite interesting, but this is a drawing look made digitally. Well, it's a hand drawing look made digitally. I do that also from time to time. That's quite common nowadays. This one is really good because the composition is really good. The colors, the structure, the precision, and it's then rendered as a hand painted look, like the technical drawing. It's photoshopped, obviously, but it's very well presented. This is really good. But this is not what I'm looking for. Okay, maybe this one. Nope, this is handmade. Okay, this one. All right, this one. Okay, this one was made. No, this is mixed. No, okay, this is the same. This one was made on the computer first and then hand painted. That one, yeah, the top view, yes, this one was made with the computer and then hand painted, or even maybe Photoshop. Maybe this is all digital, but that one is hand painted, but this one is hand drawn, so it's not there yet. This is all 3D. It's pretty good, pretty cool. This is handmade. This is handmade. Okay, this one. Not even. This is handmade. We'll get there. Oh, okay, this one. Not there yet. No. So it's funny because it's pretty common. In fact, it's. Okay, this one. This one seems to have been made first in 3D and then printed. It would look like something like this. Also, to explain the difference, here the main lines are very obvious. So it's very obvious that my drawing here is not handmade. It's too obvious. It's something I did not like at the end. I like the painting, the process, I enjoyed a lot. But the result, well, it's nice. But the edges, the ink from the printer is a bit too obvious. It's something that I would avoid, but because I was making a video of that one, also of the drawing process, there is a video of that one when I'm making the painting session. There's a video about that. Well, here they made then the drawing with a normal pencil, and that's very well made. So it makes that it seems a lot more handmade, the entire process. So maybe it's totally handmade, maybe, but also it might be a 3D the first step might have been 3D and then printed and then painted. All right. So in some it's very easy to spot, and in some others not that much. Then that's why nowadays it's very common. Okay, this one, yeah. Okay, so like I said, never draw the lines of the gemstone like that. Never do that. It looks very fake. And it's funny because some very highly skilled professionals do that, but don't do that. Okay, this one is this is 3D. This is a 3D design, then it's printed, then it's getting painted by hand. And this was to compare. That's something that we do quite a lot nowadays. This is an example. This one is one I made. But like I said, now it's very common to make the design in 3D, then to print it and then paint it by hand. Because it looks awesome. That's why. And it's a lot faster. And if you fail, it's a lot easier to start again. Okay, so that's why we can do some parts of the process on the computer, and then we can finish the process by hand. You know, we love to paint with gouache, which is the traditional technique, and this is how it goes. Okay, so it allows some very interesting styles, and some things are digitally painted. This is all digital, by example. It's a bit too fake most of the time with the neon lights and all of that. That's a bit too exaggerated, honestly. The taste is yeah, not so elegant. Okay, the style. Let's look at this one. This seems to be much digital, and the mix seems pretty. This one is pretty nice. The styling is pretty nice. Well, anyway, so I think for today I spoke about most of the things. So I was let's go back to the. Okay, so I was a painter. So that was basically, if you look for what I've done before becoming a jeweler, I was a painter, and I painted for years, for a couple of years as a professional, and it was a huge experience. It was amazing. And then when I left Switzerland, so first I was a painter, then I had that memory flash from the experience with the gemstone that led me to become a jeweler. So it was a gift. That memory gave me the strength to open doors, to find an apprenticeship in Switzerland. I found a jewelry master who accepted to receive me as his apprentice. That was, and then my life changed a lot. His life changed a lot. And then I kept on painting also. I was still making music, even if, like I said, as a professional musician, I will never, that's something that will never happen, uh, because I just don't have the time to yeah, it's really, I don't know. It's something that I don't have the technical skills trained enough to be a professional musician. But all that transferred to my painting and transferred to what I do as a jeweler and a jewelry designer. So I was a painter. Then I had that memory from the experience with that rock, with that gemstone, that opened me and gave me the strength to become a jeweler. So destiny was a very strong element in what happened to me. So I started as a jewelry apprentice, repairing jewelry. That's that's what yeah, the base of my training was repairing jewelry, and that was very important on the technical side. Also, because when you repair jewelry, repairing jewelry is very exigent, demanding. It's very demanding. So you must have very sharp and precise skills when you're repairing jewelry, and you also must learn about gemology, and yeah, a lot about gemology when you're doing jewelry repairs. The more you know about gemstone in practice, the better for you, because the gemstones are always a huge problem when you're repairing jewelry. And well, when I was an apprentice, where I learned in Switzerland, we had no laser. Okay, nowadays when you do jewelry repairs and you have many gemstones, and let's say you have many fragile gemstones, most of the repairing workshops and jewelers and jewelry businesses making jewelry repairs, they use the laser to repair the broken prongs, or maybe some part of the ring that is broken or something like that. Laser has changed because now the lasers, they're small machines, they're amazingly precise, they're not that expensive anymore. But 20 years ago, well, lasers were very expensive, and they were good, but they were not perfect. So nowadays you can make a lot of the job that we used to do repairing jewelry, but now you can do it a lot cheaper, a lot faster, and a lot better using the laser. All right. So that has changed a lot. But just imagine back in the days, I mean, more than 20 years ago, I learned repairing jewelry, and so I had to learn a lot about gemology, and also obviously I received all the training in jewelry drawing and jewelry history, because knowing, like I said at the beginning of the video, 80,000 years or more of jewelry history, from what we know about our ancestor and human history, because archaeology, anthropology, ethnology, sociology studied all that, and there's a lot. It goes way, way back. So the more you know about what people were doing with gold thousands and thousands of years ago, it's quite important, right? And also to understand why, because that's something I'm going to talk about some other day, but why are we making jewels? Like, I know many people, I know many jewelers or jewelry students or designers and all of that, and then you ask them, do you know why humans make jewels? I mean, I don't understand. If you're working in the jewelry business, and that's how it goes for many people, jewelry is a business. it's an amazing business to make a lot of money. But this is great. I also make a lot of money making designs and jewels. That's not the problem. When I say that, that's not the core of the question, but just raise the question to yourself. And that's why I make these live streams. Raise questions, raise the good questions for you people. Maybe you're a jeweler, maybe you're not a jeweler, but anyway, maybe you buy jewels. So maybe you use a lot of jewels. And it's quite funny because I was thinking this week, when I was younger, I used to use quite some rings and bracelets and necklaces, earrings and all of that. And I don't use any jewelry anymore. I don't know why. I think I'm going to start to wear much more jewelry. But anyway, the thing is to raise questions, because it's not only designing jewels, making jewels, selling jewels. Okay, that's the process, that's the workflow, all right. But also is why do we make jewels? So honestly, if you are in the jewelry field, when you're as an artist or not, or if you're selling jewelry, why are we making jewels, selling jewels and all of that? Because the thing is that you must understand, humans are making jewels, have been making jewels for thousands and thousands of years, and all that was before money was invented. So when you have that type of knowledge, you should understand that we people, humans, human beings here on the planet, we're not making jewels because of money. If you think it's about that, if you think that that's the perspective, then you know nothing about jewelry. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. And I just proved that to you. Just learn that and know that humans were making jewelry before money existed. Humans were not making jewels to make money. Money did not exist. So the reasons that, because there's something inside people, and I will talk about that some other day, because now obviously, well, it's not that late, but the stream has been amazingly long, almost 4 hours. But that's great because I am finally able to do this live stream exactly like I wanted to, talking about why and how I became a jeweler, and also why it matters, and the questions that my experience raises to other people, jewelers or not. It does not matter what you do, but understand that many things that we do as humans, and it does not matter your race, your religion, your color, your sex, your preferences, your political preferences or whatever, the country you live in, the religion you have, the God you think exists or not exists, or whatever. It does not matter. Humans were making jewels before all that. And that's something you need to know. That's a question that you must bring to yourself, for yourself. So that's why now I repeat, and you can understand the perspective is a lot different. It's not that I am the important one here and the rock star and blah, blah, blah. No. That's not the perspective at all, never was. And I know that the channel is growing also because of that, because I'm making that clearer and clearer every time. I'm just the channel, guys, I'm just the channel. It's the questions. Make yourself the question. So, and also it's not, you're going to answer the question for yourself from the perspective and knowledge that you have of jewelry, but you must, there's always more you can learn about jewelry, about history, about human history, or history in general, universal history, or science, or whatever. So you make yourself the question. So it's important to raise questions, but it's not necessarily to answer the question that matters. It's thinking about in ways. There are many ways to answer that question, why humans are making jewelry. And yes, I know that thousands of people and thousands of followers are going to say, I make jewels for money, dude. I mean, don't be such a poet or an artist and saying that money does not matter. That's very romantic and blah blah blah. So many people are in the jewelry business to make big money, and that's all. So like when you express the concept that money does not matter in the jewelry design making process, I mean, obviously people say you're ignorant, you're a ignorant, you're just ignorant. But when I say that, many people just go away and say that guys know nothing about jewelry. Well, the problem is, like I said earlier, you must know that jewelry, humans were making jewel thousands of years ago before gods or money existed. So obviously, we are not making jewels because of money in the first place. So the thing is that I seem to be ignorant. I seem to be the one ignoring common facts. You know, like the jewelry business makes a lot of millions and billions. I mean, the jewelry business is a huge business. The luxury business, that's big money. That's billions of dollars every year. Obviously, I know that. I'm part of it. I worked with very famous brands. So obviously, that's not the perspective when I raise that question. Why are we making jewels? But obviously, when I say that in talking about thing about money, you must directly connect to the knowledge. If you don't have that knowledge that humans were making jewels prior to the existence of money, then obviously your perspective and your answer to that question, which is, it's obviously a weird question, and to many people, it's a useless question. Like, why are we making jewels? To make money. That is the obvious answer. And like, there is no answer. But worse than that, when I raise that question, let's say publicly in a dinner or in a conference, or I don't know, on TV or whatever, people are like, what's that moron saying? And literally it's like that. The rejection is huge. It's brutal judgment directly applied from some people who think they have the knowledge and project to me that ignorance, saying that I am the ignorant one when I raise such a question. Because why would a jeweler raise a question as, why do we make jewels? And to thousands of jewelers and jewelry salesmen, it's a question that doesn't matter. So, but why do we design jewel? Why do we take so much effort and so much culture and so much resources and technologies to create all these things called jewels? And also, I'm going to prove some other day in other videos that people don't even know what jewelry is and what a jewel is. The definitions are totally wrong, and it's very easy to prove. But also, yet again, all these technologies, computers, 3D printers, gouache tradition of hand painting for centuries. We've been making these types of drawing for centuries. Why? Why? It's useless. You might answer it's useless, and the question is useless. So like I was saying, the thing is not to answer the question. First, the thing is to raise interesting questions. So also, clever people, when they raise a question or somebody else raises a question, they listen to the question and they understand that is an important question because it's going to change your everyday life and your entire life, basically. And you might answer in some way today. That's my French teacher who teach me that. And that was very important. The raising questions process. You raise a question. The answer does not matter necessarily, because now I raise a question. Oh, I might have an idea to answering that question. And let's say, oh, I make jewels to make money. You answer like that, straight away, without much thinking. Because when I raise a question, you might think, that's a stupid question. Why would you even ask that question? It's useless. You can answer, I make jewels to make money. Boom. Let's close the discussion. Damien, shut up, go away. All right, that's good. Nice. All right. Okay, and let's say you're right. That's why we make jewels. I repeat, humans were making jewels before money existed. So money can't be the reason why humans are making jewels. Yeah. So think again. Obviously, if you don't know that, the question is useless. But when I raise the question and you get more knowledge, and you can just study history, human history, and study jewelry. Go look in museums, go look around, buy books, read about jewelry, because there are many books. And also, why would there be so many books about jewelry if those questions were not important to the jewelry makers? We make jewels, but why do we make jewels? Why all that effort to design, to draw, to invent technologies, to make shapes, to manufacture, to make a lot, and so many styles, and all the gemstone, all the knowledge, all that knowledge just to make money? It does not make sense, but it's so obvious when you know what happened before, that obviously raising the question is super important. It's very important. It's obviously important. So that's why, well, I should have made this video when I created the channel. I should have started with this video, because this is a statement, but it's also raising a question. And I'm also saying, you can answer straight away in a very brutal and sharp way to avoid the question, and also to really erase me from your brain, or whatever you want, and just to cut the question sharp and straight and say, this doesn't matter, this is not a good question, we make jewels to make money. You can answer like that. But then maybe in a couple of days, a couple of weeks, for some people in a couple of years, or maybe never, but I hope that someday you will remind my very seemingly simple question. Why do we make jewels? And when you grow up, in your mind and in your soul and in your heart and in your life experience as a person, with a broader view that money is not everything in life, maybe you'll get there. Hopefully you'll get there. If you progress like a soulful person, hopefully you'll get there. It would be good for you. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't care, in fact, because I've been through that decades ago, so I already know. But it doesn't mean that my answer, actually now, if I make the question, why do we make jewels? I don't even know what to answer. But, well, at least I can answer you. Humans were making jewels thousands of years before the invention of money. All right. So just so you know that the question is way more relevant than you might think. And actually also because that question shows that things are not just as simple as you might think they are by just answering we make jewels to make money. That's and also because you one day you will see that that's the worst answer you can give to that question because it's the most ignorant answer. If you answer that you make jewels to make money, then you clearly don't know what a jewel is. And your concept of jewelry and the concept you have about what a jewel is very poor. Every time that money is involved, the concept behind it is very poor because money does not make you richer, it makes you poorer in the brain, inside you. It makes you believe that what you have in your heart and your soul and all your capabilities that go way beyond the material realm, well, money makes you believe that all that goes beyond the material realm is not relevant. Money makes you believe that owning cell phones and TVs and objects and things like that is relevant. Yeah, yet again, remember that when you'll die, the things that you have, all the gold that you have, all the gemstones that you have, you're not taking them with you. So think again. Owning money and jewelry, that's not the connection. You're basically very wrong if that's your answer. But I understand. I understand because I was there. I was raised in the same system, and actually, everybody faces every human, woman, man, child. I said any religion, any country you come from, any culture, because every country in the world, any culture in the world, and also that's something that, and I'm going to close on that because that's very pretty to close. Just look at this is Instagram when you look at jewelry drawing, okay? Look at all the diversity of materials, techniques, shapes, cultures, religions behind all these jewels. Every culture in the world, in human history, has been making jewels. So think again, why are we making jewels? But know that we were making jewels before the invention of money, and all the cultures in the world make jewels. Any religion, any shape, any sexual orientation, any color of skin, any religious belief or not religious belief, they use jewelry. They make jewelry all around the world throughout the entire human history. We've been making jewels, and people basically don't know what jewelry is and why we're making jewels. And yet again, if your answer is that we make jewels to make money, I hope you will progress in your life experience to broaden your perspective and your knowledge of the fact that you have a heart and soul. You're not just a material blood and bone. All right. Some people don't even believe that the soul exists. I mean, why not? Some people still believe that the earth is flat. All right. Okay, there's not much progress there. But by the way, so that's the question. I'm raising this. I'm finishing with that. Why do we make jewels? Humans were making jewels before the invention of money, and every culture throughout human history were making jewels. Okay? So I'm not answering the question. I have many answers, or maybe I don't even have an answer. There might not even be a good answer, but at least I know that we don't make jewels only for money. Yeah, we'll agree, we do make jewels for money, but it's just a very small part of the answer, given all that you can learn from jewelry history during more than 80,000 years, right? So, well, I'm very happy I was able to do this live stream. I streamed for 4 hours in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's 4 hours of live stream. And there's still a question. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I know it's true. That's why I say, yeah, I'm going to put it there at the end. Let's say, jewelry design comes from jewelry making, and yet the problem is that you can be very good at 3D modeling, like, because there's somebody in the chat, it's a very good comment, because he's talking about his own experience, because he's saying is, well, and I guess he's a really good modeler, but he tried to get hired for modeling jewelry, and he didn't get hired. So, well, the answer to that is that's why I always say, and that was the entire stream today, first become a jewelry maker with your hands, learn all the techniques to make jewels, and then become a jewelry designer and a jewelry modeler, because that's how it goes. And I don't know why millions of people think it's not like that. It's not like that. It's a bit weird, because on the long run, oh, and then become a 3D modeler, a 3D jewelry modeler. There we go. All right. Yeah, like an example. Okay, like this. On the long run, that's what I was saying. If you're going to get a job in the industry as a jewelry drawing artist, as a jeweler, as a 3D modeler, at the end of the day, the designs that the industry or people in the business are asking are very classic designs, like this one. This is like a gift for a girlfriend, or engagement ring, or anniversary ring. These are the type of designs that you're going to be paid for. And the thing is that when it's customized, well, some places they paid you $2, which is a shame, because a model like that, I won't tell the price, but it's not $2, obviously. Yeah, like these designs, that's the customized request that you're going to get. So if you're not a jeweler and you get this type of request, because that's what you're getting paid for, a jeweler wants the 3D model to 3D print it and manufacture this ring. So if you're not a jeweler and you try to model that, you have no idea of the shapes and sizes, especially the sizes and the thickness of the stones, of the prongs and all of that. You have no idea why they're there. You can see the shape, but you can't understand the reason why. And also there are things happening behind the gemstones, under the gemstones. There are cuts. Sometimes they're not, sometimes they're there. But if you're not a jeweler, you will never know why they're there or why they're not there, etc., etc. So, well, be a jeweler first, then become a 3D modeler. Because yes, we get paid to make these customized designs. it's really boring most of the time because it's not very creative. Yeah, obviously sometimes we get drawings, and or sometimes we get not even drawings. Maybe sometimes we get this, and the client says, I want a jewel that has something to do with that concept. So all right, and he tells you, I like the way you work. I'm going to pay you for a 3D model, and your creative side is totally free, and they're going to pay you very well because they know you're a jeweler and you know you're an artist, and you're going to get paid very well. But most of the time, the service we're paid for is this classic jewelry with many limitations, weight limitations, stone limitations, sizes limitations, finger size limitations, etc., etc. And only jewelers know these limitations. And that's why I said at the beginning, you must learn jewelry, the technical side. It's like an architect. We are architects. We are architects. So imagine all the knowledge. It's obvious architects have a lot of technical knowledge. It's obvious, everybody knows that. Well, jewelers have exactly the same technical knowledge as architects. Well, the same, okay, applied to a different field, and we have different mathematics and constraints and all of that, obviously. But when you're working in the in the true jewelry business, the technical side is everything. But people go around thinking that it's all washy-washy artistic shit, and it's not. It's like, this is shit. Don't do that. If you paint like that also, you're going to get fired or never hired because it's lazy. This is lazy. Lazy, lazy, lazy. This is lazy. It's not realistic enough. It's not realistic enough. It's not professional enough. Sorry, that's how it goes. And like I said, some people, they make their own drawings, their own creations, and then they try to sell their creations. Doesn't work like that. That's 1% or even less in the world. That's why I say I make my own creations, I manufacture my own creations, and I sell the jewels. That works. That works anytime. And then people ask me or send me their own designs, and I manufacture the designs for them or make the 3D model for them. That's the job. And some brands, okay, you can create a brand, make your jewels, manufacture the jewel, and sell the jewels. But never, if you work like that, you don't need the skill to customize designs for anybody. Because if somebody comes to your brand or your business and they ask you for a customized design, you're not doing that. Many people don't have the skills to work for others, to give a service like a repairing service for jewelry, a polishing service, a manufacturing service, a design service. Because some people, the only thing they do is they create things called jewels, and they sell those things called jewels. But they have absolutely no skills to create customized jewelry for anybody, because that's a service. That's a service skill. You need, if you're going to give a service, if your business is based on services, like I was saying, repairing, designing customized, manufacturing customized jewels, you need very special and very sharp skills to give services. And because like I said at the beginning, repairing jewelry take a lot of skills. It pays well, but also if you fail, you lose a lot of money, because if you fail a repair, you basically destroy the client's jewel. And that happens, and there's no insurance for that. And you can destroy a gemstone. I've destroyed a $1,000 pearl when I was an apprentice. It was a bad experience. Obviously, then it was not that bad. I wouldn't be here anyway otherwise. But anyway, so many ways to be designers. So many people that they're just around here making creations like that. They never make money. You know, don't believe the social networks. They don't make money. Uh, well, the thing is that, well, jewelry schools, or some kind of friendly jewelers teaching you in practice. Yeah, because it's true. It's well, the problem is also it is studying jewelry, jewelry making is expensive. So that's why also never believe a jewelry school and never believe anybody who tells you that you can learn anything. No, that's a lie. That's a huge lie. Actually, you have to be stupid to say that, and you have to be stupid to believe that. All right. I won't go around to make that sweet to you. If you believe that you can learn anything, you're stupid. And if somebody tells you that you can learn anything, they're stupid too. It's a huge lie because you need conditions. You need sometimes you need the money to learn because you need to pay a teacher. You need to pay a school. So if you don't have the money, some things are more expensive to learn than others. It's true because, like I said, the jewelry world is a closed world. Or if you don't have the money, so it's not always about the money because you can also be maybe very talented and very friendly to people. Okay, and that really was my case because some people think that well, my family, well, I didn't say that much, but my family, I come from, we had money, but I don't come from a rich family, so it's not money that made a difference in my life. uh, I had some skills since I was a child. That's true. Yes, I received some gifts, some talents. Okay, that's good. But then I trained much. But then also because yes, I was making an effort to be nice to people, and also to be true, because that was the thing. If because that's the thing. Like I explained at the beginning with the experience, what happened to me with the orange gemstone, that was a genuine experience. It was a happy accident. So never go knock on doors telling people, I want to learn to make jewelry to make money. That will not work. People don't give a fuck about you learning to make money. Why I'm going to lose my time so you can make money? I don't care. It's like I did not create the channel to make money. It doesn't work like that because I've been making this channel for years, and well, the channel has grown, but it's very slow. But it's cool. It's growing. Okay, let's say. But I never started for that. I started making this channel for fun because I wanted to make and also now that's why it came back, because I'm having fun right now. But more than fun, it's really interesting to be doing this way, because only, well, I can do this. Somebody else can do a different channel, but I have very specific and very wide and complex experiences and knowledge and human relations and history and mistakes and accidents and anecdotes and press and internet presence and all of that that allows me to make the channel. But I'm making money with my day job, which is 3D modeling. So it's not about the money. It's so like what I said. You don't need to be rich to succeed in life, because otherwise so many famous people would not even be around. Sports, art, uh, Formula One racing. You know, like by example, like I was saying, money is like, if you say, I want to be the next Lewis Hamilton, I want to be the next Formula One champion. All right, it's up to you. That's, you want to do that. All right. Okay. You know how much it costs to start your training? And first, you need to start when you're a small child, because basically all the Formula One champions, well, there are exceptions, but most of them, they started go-kart racing when they were very small kids, right? It's the normal way and path and story. Do you have the time and money to go kart racing every day when you're what, 5 years old? My parents didn't have the money to pay me such trainings. Or if you want to be a horse riding champion, equestrian champion, you know how much it costs to own and maintain a horse? And you need people taking care of the horse, a place to have the horse, you need to feed the horse, etc., etc. And you know how much it costs just to buy a good horse? No, no way, man. So some things are depending the money you have. And some people, yes, some people do become very famous jewelry designers and very famous jewelers because they come from rich families. Yes, because jewelry learning and jewelry making is very expensive. Do you know how a 1 carat diamond costs? Well, a good, I don't know the price now, but generally would be about $5,000. A good 1 carat diamond. That's a stone of 6 millimeters, 6.5. It's a small stone. It costs $5,000. Commercial price. It means that for the client, at the end, it costs double. All right. So you need to invest $5,000 just to buy one carat diamond. Good quality, not even the best, just a regular quality. So yes, that's basically the comment there. I mean, it's a problem, but there's also skills, talent, and also you, your heart, your kindness, because if you have talent but you're too fond of yourself, I have talent, I'm better than anyone, and you start knocking doors, asking to be trained. And again, it doesn't matter in what field. Maybe you want to learn football, where I know some people who have a lot of money. Well, they send their kids to football schools. They're very expensive, and they train with the Juventus and the very famous trainers and all of that. Money does not make necessarily the skill either. It can help make you famous quicker, etc. It can make things quicker. But yet again, like I said, humans were making jewels before money was invented. So humans are not making jewels for money. Now it's all that it became. Okay, all right. And partially because there's a lot of art in jewelry making, and that's something I will talk about in another stream. All right, in another videos. I'm going to make a lot of these videos about knowledge about jewelry. So yes, but it's not just money, and also, and that's very important, because That was the comment there. Okay, you don't have the money. Um, some people get scared when they don't have money, because they think that's all, it's all they know. They know how to live when they have money. So when they don't have money, they get scared because they don't know what to do. They don't know what's going to happen. And yes, it's crazy. You must, it's very good sometimes, well, at least once in your life, to go through a stage in your life and you don't have money, because it helps you see the world with different eyes and be with people in a different way. Because when you always have money, you don't realize that you connect to people through your money. You know, generally when you have money, you have friends, but also you have fake friends most of the time. Also, when you have money, people love you, but it's hard to know if they love you for you or if they love you for your money. Because when you have money, you have friends and you have girlfriends because you have money. And then when you don't have money, who stays with you? That's a good question. So if you never go through a period of time, yeah, generally it's not cool to not have money. It's hard, it's complicated. Yes, you won't have a place to live, or it will be harder to stay in a place to live if you can't pay the rent. You won't have food every day, but you will also learn that the world moves through a lot of different values, and there are a lot more values than money. Because exactly that, being honest, being true, being dedicated, being serious, because when you want to learn something, you need discipline. And money won't give you any discipline. On the opposite, money will remove any reason to have discipline. When you have money, you don't have any reason to wake up early and train early. Why the heck will I wake up? Would I wake up early if I have the money? And generally, and that's the teacher speaking now. I've taught during 17 years. Well, I keep teaching. People who have money are generally the worst students anywhere in the world. Because like I said, if you have money, uh, who cares if I go to school? Many people pay the school for their children because they have a lot of money, and they pay the best college, they pay the best university, and the people don't even go to class. They will pass, they will get their diploma, they will get their degree anyway, because their father, because their mother, they have money, they're famous. Who cares? Who cares? These people, they always end up in drugs and alcohol, you know, sex, drug, and rock and roll. You don't last long with that lifestyle. Believe me, everybody tried that, like the American dream, you know? It does not work like that. It's not enough to live. You won't last long. You and what happens to these people? Always the same. They end up very poorly because money does not give you any reason to live. But people, well, like I said, you must raise the right questions. So this came from the question, the comment. I don't have money to study jewelry. The problem is not necessarily money. The problem is finding somebody, a jeweler, preferably, obviously, who will accept to teach you. Because something you can know, You can work for a jeweler. He won't pay you. You're going to work, but he's going to train you. So it's an exchange. Exchange. You're going to work for him, cleaning the toilets, taking the trash out, anything needed, because you must start. That's how I started, basically. Yep. No, I didn't have to wash the toilets. It was not that bad. But yes, I had to clean the place, basically, the workshop. I had to carry the gas tanks and all of that. The heavy work, that's that's the that's reality. That's how you start down here. Okay, so it's not about money, and that's why it's not that we all get a chance. I don't know if we all get a chance. They say that. I don't know. But the thing is that you can, there are, it's like I said, the jeweler is going to hire you to work for him. He is going to accept to train you in exchange for the hard work, the cleaning, taking things out, making things work. You need discipline, and you need to be serious, and you need to be trustful, because many people who work in jewelry places, they steal gold, they steal gemstones. They're not trustful, they're lying bastards, they have no word, they don't have any value as persons. They're bastards. And that's the norm. Believe me, ask any jewelry shop owner. I want to tell you why they have so many troubles with their employees. Because they steal. Because yes, they're not paid well enough. But like in any place, you will never be paid well enough. But that's the price you pay to learn. But also, don't take it on the bad side. It's like that's the heavy weight of we people who don't have money, and we're slaves and all of that. We are all slaves. Many people are slaves to money. Because, like I said at the beginning, Elon Musk is a billionaire, and he works all the time. So I know how it is because I was there. I did not become a billionaire and the richest man in the world, but I know it's not worth it, because you don't live to enjoy that money. You don't. It's a lie. It's a huge, huge lie. So, well, it's all about the comment. So, thanks for the comments. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Thanks. This is going to be the end today. Thanks to all for joining, subscribing, subscribing. Thanks. Here we go. Subscribing. I can't even read anymore. Okay, anyway. But it's funny also because the chat is only for my followers, so I don't know if people subscribe today. Okay, today it was very special live stream because it's a new concept that I learned last week's. Because first of all, what I did not know is that I'm very lucky to be able to make live streams on YouTube. I learned that some channels can't live stream. You need to have some level, and I've been doing live streams of modeling and tutorial last years, but this year this is the first one. I will be making live streams about Blender and 3D design and etc. etc. I will keep doing that. because it's cool, and basically because we're going to go to the super chats. You know, you can support. You can yeah, my channel with super chats. You can send money and make donations with super thanks and all of that, and that's cool. Or you can become members of the channel, etc., etc. And so this is pretty cool. And yeah, I did not know that it. I'm lucky to be able to make live streams. So and also because YouTube is promoting my channel, because the content of my channel is original, and people are liking what I'm doing, and I'm liking it too because it's growing. So I'm going to keep making new content and new streams and all, and also because I know not many people, and also because, well, the promotion of the live stream was not, I did not do it properly. but 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 anyway, so I have a lot to say on the live streams, and to talk about the jewelry designer's life, and how it came to be, and what you should do and what you should not do, and what you should expect and what you should not expect. So that's why it's the chat was pretty cool today, honestly. So I know the numbers of people joining the streams are very low for now, but over time there are thousands of people watching my videos, and that's great, in fact, because the numbers are growing. Yeah, yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. So it's going to be interesting for all of us. The thing I was not finding until today was how to make new kind of content, and to make it fun for me, interesting for me, but also fun to watch and interesting to follow. But I found a way. So here we are, and today was a 4 hours and 30 minutes, but this is it. I'm going to bed now. So thanks again. And as always, be nice to people, even if we all fail. It's not always easy to be nice to people, honestly, but at least we try. Most of the time, I do succeed. I've gotten better on the last weeks, during the last weeks. Um, and be nice to people, be nice to animals, take care of the planet. Take care, and